Here we are.
Hello.
Archmagos of Crustacean Prime. How the fuck do you say that again?
Crustacean Prime.
Yeah, whatever that is. Wherever that is. Uh, welcome to, or is that Epic Mormon? Okay, see what you did to the
You said it's a three-strike thing, Axe. If you say it 3 times, you have to end the streak.
I am not gonna say it again. But you see what you done? You see what you done?
Yeah, I did.
Immediately.
It's Morbin time.
You see what you're... Okay, that's one. That's one, by the way.
There's a rule we're doing. 3, and this doesn't count because I'm explaining the rules. 3 morbs and you're out.
Okay. Yeah. 3 morbs and you're out. That's one from you right now. So, we're doing the chapter master of the Executioner Marines, and the Archmagos of Crustacean Prime. We are here for a faction rating and also just a general overview of the Warhammer series, really. Since this is might as well. It's gonna be kind of that way. You want to say something, Mr. Archmagos?
No.
Okay. Well,
I think we all know who's in place 1. It's just, really, we don't even need the tier list.
Well, I don't want to spoil it, but it's gonna be the Execution Marines. We know it. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna be doing this in sequential order, basically. We're gonna be doing we're gonna go from down to up. Topic: wet socks. Okay. This is for the both of us, by the way. So, I don't know about any... many factions on 40k have wet socks, probably. And I think that's
there are a lot of dry worlds. You see, the problem is, it's not normal water that's
not water.
It's not normal water. Well, not just blood, there's fungus juice from orcs. You got the Tyranid goo, which I don't think is really blood. You got just standard Necromunda slime. We don't even know what that is. But also, at a certain point, there's a lot of hot worlds. Wet socks might be comforting, cool down your feet.
I don't like that. I think wet socks would be pretty bad in the Warhammer world because it would probably be some kind of mutation and would fucking wrap around your feet and would fucking decay it, and it would rot off.
And that's when you go to your local tech priest, have it lopped off, and get a robot foot. The flesh is weak.
Your local tech priest is gonna look at that, see, and think, oh, you're rotting off? Is that some kind of fucking is that some sort of heresy stuff that I'm seeing over here?
And that crude
He's not gonna chop off your leg.
Biomats, you call a temple withers, and you beg my kind to save
you. He's going to chop off your head, not your leg. If you
and then you get to be a cool floating skull.
No, you're not. You're gonna be a fucking servant that is in pain constantly. And
a cool floating skull? A cool floating skull.
I don't think so. And all of that because you had wet socks, by the way. So no.
Well, maybe they should stop jerking off Nurgle so hard.
Maybe they should. Maybe I agree with that one. Well, so Ferrious, for you being the man of the hour, really. Here's how I'm thinking of we're doing this. Okay. I'm gonna reveal what I have in in the placement we are currently. Then you're gonna reveal yours, and then we're gonna discuss what your pick was, so that we can go off on it and really harp on it. Because otherwise we would be bouncing from maybe I put someone in last place and you put them in 5th. It's going to be a little scummy of us to just be talking in the middle of nowhere. And also, I believe we're probably more synced up than I believe. Even though
I'm not sure about that one.
you think so?
I know I've got one of your favorites pretty low.
I know, but I think other than that one, I don't think we're gonna be. Well, maybe.
We'll see.
We shall see. I'll keep count. I'll keep count of the ones we had in common or not.
Okay.
So, I think to start off, I'm gonna reveal mine here. Where is this thing? Here we go. For mine, in 18th place, I put the Gene Stealer Colts.
Really?
Yeah. No, don't like them too much. And I was like, yeah, that's the one that I'm gonna put in the last place.
Why not?
Yeah. What about you? Where'd you place them?
So, you see, my whole list, it's sort of like, there are levels of how these things go. There are, it goes, there are two factors really, design and story enjoyment.
Right. I think about
now,
that.
of course, at the top, it's the things that are both, story and design enjoyment. And as it goes down, you lose the story, but the design still takes over. Like, if it looks nice, I care about that more than the actual story.
Right.
And the very bottom is the stuff that I really don't think has either going for it. And for my money, 18th place is the Grey Knights.
The Grey Knights, really?
I don't care for them.
Okay, so...
It's just a Space Marine faction that pretended they were more important.
I like that description, yeah. Pretty accurate. So let's go on.
It's just like, who cares about them? Does anyone actually care about the Grey Knights?
I'm sure some people do. And I'll be honest. I was waiting for this to be later, but basically, also live Grey Knight reaction on the side now. There we go. Grey Knights, I think they were very, like, when I was getting into Warhammer, I thought they looked really cool, and their whole, like, secret agency group was interesting. But as, like, I learned more about the hobby and stuff like that, then I started to be like, yeah.
Oh, is that the one we were discussing you thought was going to be really, really cool, and then you were like, wait, this sucks?
Yeah. I thought it was like, I was telling him, like, oh, I think they look really cool, and they like, have a lot of stuff that I was like, oh, man, this is interesting. But as it went along, I think they just fell apart.
Well, the thing is, I don't even think they look that cool. I think they're just another generic Space Marine faction. They don't have like a great color scheme. They're just straight gray. They don't have any real unique forces besides maybe they got another guy with a cool glowing sword or two. But you can find pretty much the exact same thing in Ultramarines, and I think the Ultramarines like bright blue is a much more like vibrant color for the faction and much more unique.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. I just think, like, I am always down for the knight aesthetic, really,
I can tell.
I'm down for it, yeah. I like them.
Sorry, half a second. Sorry.
Okay. While he's gone, let me explain what a Grey Knight is for all the noobs, all the newbies in the audience. The Grey Knights...
My servitors were being a little loud.
Okay. I'm just letting them know about the Grey Knights. So the Grey Knights are basically a faction of the Imperium. The Imperium's the human conglomerate. Very, very, how do you put it? They're not very cool with other people around. And the Grey Knights are basically like the secret faction, where they're like fucking around and making sure that all the threats that the Imperium doesn't want to get out there just spreads out, and people are aware. People don't get into contact with them. They're very xenophobic. Is the best way to put it.
They're the demon chaos. They're basically Inquisition, but on a higher tier.
Yeah, basically. They're basically going on after the more specific.
Kill the Xeno, purge the heretic, burn the unclean.
Yeah. I like the Inquisition a lot. and I think the Grey Knights being kind of part of it also helps with that. But I don't think they're interesting. Like, I guess if they were more of a faction, if they weren't their own faction, I would like them more. Is the way I see it, I guess.
I almost wish that they were sort of given the same treatment the Sisters of Battle were, where they're augmented, but they're not Space Marines.
Right. I actually agree with that. Yeah.
Because the Sisters of Battle, they have like their mech suits, they have like big armor, they go by faith, and I feel like the Grey Knights could have been like the male side of that, the ones that are purely relying on faith, armor, and big suits instead of just being a Space Marine faction, but not.
I guess maybe the only thing would be that maybe Games Workshop. I wish they were shot. Games Workshop might get like cold feet thinking of like, we're gonna the Sister of Battle are supposed to be the boys, the girl version of the Space Marines. If we put like a boy version of the, though I suppose the Grey Knights could just be anyone really, could just be any gender really.
Yeah, they could have just made it like that. Just make it a more open thing that, just don't give them the spot on the Council of Terra like the Sisters of Battle have.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, they introduced the lady, I forget her name, who is the leader of one of the seats on the Council of Terra for the Sisters of Battle as a figure, and she looks fucking cool.
Yeah. I guess the thing is, they could just put them together with the, the official Assassinorum, whatever the name of it is. It's like the...
Officium Assassinorum.
Officium, yeah, that's it. Where it's like the Assassins,
Yeah, because they have so many minor factions for the Imperium that just have like 2 figures.
Yeah.
Just make the Grey Knights part of that. Just make them part of the Assassin Office or Officium Inquisitium or whatever it's called. I don't remember. We got like 50 of them, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I feel like now, maybe this is a little bit. I might be getting a little bit too early on the unification mod, Chili. But it's pretty cool.
Okay, hang on. If we're gonna give me a Morbius counter, I think we need to make you
but that one is like completely fair because
no, you get that one for free. But if after this, 3 of them and you're done.
No, okay. Well, I'm just gonna say
it's pretty about my man Morbius.
It's pretty cool. Oh, that's another one, by the way.
No, it doesn't count.
That's another one. That's another one. You said you're not gonna be able to talk about Sanguinius anymore. You're fucked. Anyway.
No, we're discussing the rules.
Okay. All right. Whatever. you big baby.
What?
Now, see, Calavera agrees. Now.
This opinion does not matter.
Gonna be rude to her?
Yes.
Okay. So the Grey Knights in that one are like merged in with the Inquisition, which makes them way cooler than just, they're just whatever the fuck, just themselves. I agree with Ferrious. Asshole. Anyway.
See, your opinion doesn't matter because no one agrees with my opinion.
Well, that's that. So. Do you have anything else to add about? I honestly don't have much else now that I'm thinking about it.
I'm not a huge fan of the Grey Knights. We can move from there. I don't focus on them much just because I do not care about them. And I guess we could sort of. I don't know how we want to do this because you have Gene Steel Cults on your side. Do we want to just explain it as it appears on my list?
On your list, because then we don't jump around and fuck about. The Grey Knights are not that high on my list. They're definitely on the lower side too. I'm not. Again, it was one of those where it's like, the more I heard of it, the more it was like, yeah, I'm not too big of a, I'm not going nuts over it. I'm not the biggest fan, and also I guess it's just part of maybe if I looked into more stuff with them, but I feel like they are one of those factions that just kind of exists. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
Let me see. So now, hold on.
Alright, spot 17.
Yes, my spot 17 is the Chaos Knights.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Uh, I don't think I even have to explain much on this one, honestly, because there's not much to say about them.
What I'm surprised is your Chaos Knights is lower than your Imperial Knights. Because, frankly, in my opinion, the Imperial Knights are lower than the Chaos Knights purely by design aspect.
Fair enough. Well,
which is why my next god is Imperial Knights.
Well, well, we're starting off great then. No, none in common. Let's see. Imperial Knights. Where's he? Where the fuck they're that? Oh, because I moved them all together. Okay, there we go. So Imperial Knights. I guess it's going to like eat up the discussion of Chaos Knights probably too. But
yeah, that's fine because you'll probably know what my next spot is.
Yeah, let me guess. Is it because they don't have anything, but they look kind of cool?
So yes, I mean that's the entire reason why the Knights are so low. Is just that they are just such a non-faction. They're always just sort of like in any sort of lore sense. It's just like I have this one Imperial Knight in my army fighting off droves of chaos. Okay, that's it. There's no actually unique characters. It's just here's this big mech, which in of itself is not something disappointing. But I just also don't like the big bulkiness of it. It's the same reason why I hated Space Marines for so long. Is that they just have this overly bulky aspect that just doesn't look good. Now, granted, most of the mechs in the setting, honestly, I find kind of disappointing. But Imperial Knights especially because of the big ones.
I mean, I think here's the thing. I think I am a fan of bulky, honestly. I'm a fan of big bulky armor and like being a big destruction force. And I do agree with you. I think it's gonna be pretty obvious. Maybe I should just. Well, that's the guard. Well, I fucking spoiled it. Well, the Imperial Knights are my next one too. And since you already said,
okay. So my next one are Chaos Knights.
Yes, but
it's very funny.
Yes, I think but like just to keep it simple, really, I think the reason why I like them more than the Chaos Knights is because, well, personally, I actually kind of enjoy the Imperial Knights design more. I find them like less convoluted than most of the Chaos Knights, and I like the noble aspect of it. You know, I like the chivalry and shit like that they have within their like lore, even though it's very little, and also even though they're like real just. They're always just and there's we hired a knight to be like in the battlefield with us and fucking about. It's always like to me like the knights at least they're like doing something, you know. They're at least always how should I say it? Like they at least I like that they have character. Is my best way to describe it. Like. I like that the knights can be like a little bit of a dickhead every now and then. Because I remember, like, a lot of the problems with the knights is that they're just, like, not feeling like fighting and shit like that. And I find that kind of funny. Because it's like, come on. Look what you're driving and you're being a bitch right now. Are you really doing this? Alright, well. Okay.
I think that's fair, but I personally like the outlandishness of some of the Chaos Knights.
No problem.
Because the thing is, when you look at the Imperial Knights, they're all just the same. Like they're all just the same, like color. You'll switch around the weapons every once in a while, but it's just sort of like, besides the trimmings, they're all just the same thing. While with Chaos Knights, yeah, there's some more outlandish things. But there is a bunch of unique outlandish things. Like one has a giant tentacle arm, one has like spikes and all this junk over it. It gives them more personality than the Imperial Knights themselves have.
See, I kind of like the Knights more more because of like the writing aspect. I feel like if I wanted like one day, if I ever like have the time to actually put together like a fucking like an RPG party of like Warhammer characters and shit like that. I feel like I would put I would like to do like an Imperial Knight character just because I'd like to like flesh out that whole culture, you know? I don't know.
That's fair.
I find them cool. And one thing that I think both have going for them is that I feel like out of all of these, one of the figures that I would definitely want to have is probably like a knight figure, just so I can like paint it and shit, you know. I feel like
they're definitely big models are definitely a challenge, but very fun to paint. I painted a Doom Scythe a while back, and that thing's just big, sleek, and all black.
Yeah.
And if you just have just a big paintbrush and you just swipe it back and forth, it takes time because there's just so much to do. But they always come out looking, even if there's a mistake, it's so big that it's
you'll have more. You just have more space to work with, really.
Yeah, and plus you can make your own small things all over it, and it's good.
Yeah,
I would definitely recommend it. They just released a bunch of new ones too. Like they're not as big as the big ones, but they come like a 3-pack for. I know it sounds like a lot, but $100, and for the size of model, it's not.
For the size of the model, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a fucking sculpture. But yeah, I think they're definitely in. Like, I feel like if they had like a character that could like flesh them out and like actually bring them more into being their own faction rather than, again, one problem we had with the Grey Knights is that they're very much a faction that is just there. Like, they're not really doing much. They're just they just kind of exist. So I don't know. I feel really weird about that.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Now, on to the next one. I feel like my pick for this one is definitely probably not your pick as well. But we shall see. My pick for my 15th spot is... Where are they? Here we go. It's the demons, honestly.
I can get that. My next pick is Eldar.
Okay, that's fair. We're gonna see. We have like different placements, but it's actually way closer.
I almost feel like it's different placements on aspects of story and value of design is the thing.
Yeah. Where it's like I feel like we're probably going to end up having very similar lists, but all of it's gonna have like smaller placements. But yeah, I guess let's go talk about the Eldar. Now.
All right. Well, what?
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
You said well at the same time. It's your straight go.
Shit. Well, okay. So the Eldar, to me, they're like, it's frustrating. It's frustrating.
They're so low on my list, only because of Games Workshop. Right. Games Workshop has left them and the Tau to rot, and that's just my big problem with them. Is that there's so much jerk off of the Space Marines that it just leaves unique factions like this, where like you have these crazy magic people, big mech people, all this stuff. They're just left to rot. If they got and they've been improving, I would have put them under Knights had they not gotten some new things lately, like their Avatar of Cain that they just got. Motivaire. But it's just like they've gotten so little for so long in both lore and new models that it's just like I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I feel like I'm definitely less on the side of the tabletop and more on the side of lore and stuff. And I put the Eldar, the Eldar are around this placement for me too. And it's like, the Eldar are definitely like one of those factions where it's like, well, they could do so much with them. But it feels like they like kind of like backpedaled because they're like, you know what, these guys are not working, and then they just like left them to rot. Like
I honestly feel like they wanted to give them the squat treatment and just get rid of them. The problem being that they had too much stuff for them already and could not get rid of them.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, I feel like they tried, like with the whole Yanari stuff. Like they feel like they actually, for a second there, they were almost doing it and actually bringing the faction to actually have something. But then they decided, you know what? I guess we're not doing it. I guess we're just. No one really cares about these guys. It's not selling too hot, so we're just gonna drop.
Well, they've been doing a bit better lately, and I believe besides the Necrons, they're still the best-selling alien race.
More so than the orcs.
Besides the orcs. Orcs are definitely their money crop.
Yeah,
I always read the orcs are even
Necrons and orcs are definitely probably on the top there. Honestly,
I think Tau are the least selling, but I think they actually just got a big buff because of how good their new rules are. But I guess this is giving an interesting perspective because you're looking at it more from the lore sense. I'm feeling like I'm looking at it more from the design sense.
I was thinking, I was actually considering that. I was hoping that this would be the case because it definitely brings two different perspectives to all of this. I feel like the craft world specifically, right? I feel like they're just like you could expand on them and have them be more interesting. But to me, they just kind of fizzled out and are not doing anything.
You see, I think the biggest problem is that they have to keep them as enemies for the Empire. Because they have to keep the Empire this not gross, but like this crazy xenophobic race that don't care for anyone outside them. When legitimately, like the Craftworld Eldar have, like when they just find normal humans just wandering out but that aren't part of the Imperium yet. They trade, they do stuff. It's just like the Tower. They're relatively on good positions. And if they teamed up with the Craftworld Eldar, accepted some of their technological advancements, they'd be doing much better against all this chaos shit and against all this Tyranid shit. But it's just like, they don't want to move the story that fast.
Yeah.
When legitimately, any sane person, which, is saying a lot for this sitting, I guess, but any sane person would go, yeah, I'll side with the elves, like, they're a dying race as it is, and we could probably beat them in a one-on-one fight.
Yeah,
but they also want to save their race from all the Druikai.
Yeah, it feels like with all of these, I feel like I also judge a lot of a faction when it's like they're not a threat at all. The Eldar are not a threat. Like they're still dying. Like maybe when the Yanari were still rising, you could like for a second there you could have thought, yeah, they're doing pretty good now. But
because they literally can't have sex. Because if they have any sort of emotion, it's like, oh, Slaanesh is here, time to kill you.
Well, they still reproduce. It's just mostly.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
they're not going nuts. Yeah, but it's like, and technically, from what I read, they have been growing in numbers, like after the Yanari stuff and shit like that. But
yeah, but that's just because of less of a fear that of the aftermath of it.
Yeah.
Because so to explain to the people that don't understand, all of the gods of the elves are basically giant batteries against chaos.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have either been killed or kidnapped by chaos.
Yes.
Yanari is the god of the elven god of the dead, which has stopped one of the chaos gods who enjoys eating elf souls when they die from just directly eating them as long as they're worshipping that god.
Yeah.
And this birth of this god without the old ones, which were the race that made the Eldar, is something substantial, and they just never did anything with it.
Yeah. But I feel like, they need to figure something out and make the... I feel like even past them align with the... Because honestly, I don't even know if I want them to align themselves to the Imperium. It just feels like, even though it's natural for it to occur, I feel like it would be more interesting if there was like a divide of like, okay, they're getting closer to the Imperium, but there's very clearly like people that are still like very much against them, and they're still.
I almost feel like they should have more of an alliance with like they should almost have humans in the army from because there's still millions of planets seeded by humans a long time ago.
Yeah.
That are not in the Imperium yet. They have not been found by the Imperium. Yes. I also think it would be an interesting mechanic subfaction of them if they had like lesser developed humans in their army with Eldar technology that have not joined the Imperium and instead have pledged themselves to the Eldar.
I feel like the problem there would just be like explaining how the humans are using Eldar technology, because they're all like, this Eldar thing needs like this much like psychic shit going on, because they're all psychers and shit. So I mean,
I get that, but I feel like they can find a way to make it work.
They can. But I feel like at that point, then it's also like encroaching a little bit too much on the Tau. It's just they don't have the Eldar don't the Craft World Eldar don't have a niche right now. I mean the Eldar in general really, but like specific more so the Craft Worlds. Now,
well, the big problem is just for the last like 10 years they focused on like 4 things: Tyranids, and that's usually as a backup threat. Yes. Orcs, Space Marines, and what's it called? I'm losing my thought. Nurgle Chaos Space Marines. Everyone else has sort of been on the back burner. And you can say Necrons have had a resurgence. They did. They had a really big bunch of models. They had a big bunch of stuff that's unique to them. But Necrons are almost their own thing entirely, where they don't even interact really with the Space Marines half the time. Like, they have their own stories going on just in their own section. And that's one of the reasons why I love them so.
Yeah. I was going to ask this for every faction, but I just figured that the Grey Knights don't have any sub-factions. The Imperial Knights have houses, but do you have any specific house you like from any of the Knights?
Not particularly. They're different, but that's like very specific lore differences that just they do not matter to me that much.
Yeah. I don't really know.
If we're talking Eldar, I'm not sure. A lot of these specific sub-factions are mainly just made for rules for the game.
Yeah. But do you have any like just I have a very specific one, which is just I like the red ones.
I was gonna say the same thing actually.
I like the
same Han, whatever it's called.
Yeah, same Han.
If I'm looking purely at aesthetics, same Han.
They have like the jet bikes and shit like that. They're cool looking, you know. I will say that I actually really like the Eldar like armor and shit like that, because they're very sleek and like look very alien. You never see like.
It has this old to it while also being like far future.
Yeah, exactly. I actually really like their stuff. But yeah, I feel like the Eldar are definitely like one of those factions where they've just been left behind, and I feel like it would be neat to see them come back, but at the same time, they'd have to be significantly changed. All right.
Yep.
I think okay.
So you're not gonna like my next one.
Oh, well, I saw it coming. After you place the Eldar there, you know what? It's a win that you placed them over the regular Eldar. But, mine, for the next one, my 14th, would have been the Grey Knights, actually. So there you go. That's why I was like, not too, don't fight it too bad that they're in here. But
mine will be the Harlequins.
Yeah, I figured.
I'm sorry. It's just they have the same problem as the Eldar.
They kind of do. They kind of do. But here's the thing. They're fun. Now, I actually have reasons.
Saying they're clowns will not help you.
No. I actually have reasons. I actually have reasons for why I like them that I find significantly enough to say, I like them more than the Eldar. Other than just the aesthetics. First, let's get it out of the way. I'm trying to find there we go. First, let's get it out of the way. I don't find the 40k Harlequins actually that attractive.
I'm sure.
They're okay.
Saving face on stream,
they're interesting. I mean,
interesting.
if one of them asked me out for a day, I wouldn't be against it, you know?
I'm pretty sure they're closer to Dark Elves than Craft World. I wouldn't go on a date with them.
Well, not well, maybe, but you know, maybe it would be a good laugh, you know.
Oh, you'll be laughing, alright.
But here's the thing: I find that there's some stuff with them where it's like they're not supposed to be like a big player like the Craft World Elders, which is
that's fair.
Already helps for me. It already makes me think, oh, okay, well, if they're already like a smaller faction, it's less of an issue that they're not as prevalent as the.
It almost feels to me how we were discussing about the sub-factions of the Militarium. They feel like they're the Officum Assassinoir of the Eldar.
Yes.
But they got expanded.
I would say more so almost like the Custodes of the Eldar. Because if you see, like, they have a lot of stuff. They have a lot of similar stuff if you look into it. Like, oh, they're the super powered ones. They're like the Omega trained ones, you know?
Yeah.
So for that stuff, it's why I say more Custodes than the Assassins. But definitely some of that too. But the thing about the Harlequins that I also find interesting is just like, I find it interesting, like, for the little stuff they got, all of it I think is pretty interesting. In like, oh, like, they fight in a very specific manner. They're not like, they have a specific goal, which whenever like something regarding the Black Rock Library happens, the Harlequins are probably like, they're not going to be too far from it, you know? And I don't know, it's going to be also because of the aesthetics. But I don't know. I just like them.
It's fair. Okay, it's fair to just like them.
I just think they're neat.
I just think they're neat.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's fair. It's fair.
Dude, I'm guessing you don't have much to add on to it because
I really don't have much to say about them. It's just like their design's neat. I like the red-haired ones especially, or the red fur. I don't know what it really is. If it's just like part of their helmet or whatever. Mm-hmm. I like that. I like the idea of their laughing clown god still laughing in their ears after his death and telling them what to do, and just saying continue going. I like things like that, but I still just feel like the Games Workshop does not respect them as a faction and just leaves them around to die.
Mm-hmm. You know what? That's perfectly fine. Because again, I think your perspective is going to be a lot more of like what Games Workshop was doing in terms of figurines and shit like that. While my perspective is going to be, I'm enjoying the character. I'm enjoying them.
You see, I'm the materium. You're the immaterium.
Yes, exactly. And also a big part of it, since you touched on it, I love the concept of there being a laughing god in anything like that. I just find it neat. It's always funny.
A dead laughing god making them all dance to the I will say, I really love the one specific story of the Harlequins that was about the mask of Slaanesh. To those that don't know, the mask was a dancer in the court of Slaanesh, the god of obsession and overabundance. And Slaanesh had just gotten tricked by, I think it was Tzeentch, into being beaten by Khorne. Mm-hmm. And Slaanesh was pissed. Well, her favorite dancer, the mask, comes out and starts dancing for her, and she thinks that it's just a mocking dance. So what she does is she curses that demon so that it can never come back to the courtroom, and it must dance forever.
Yeah.
Well, one time that mask goes and finds a group of Harlequins, and it's like, I know, I'll kill all these Harlequins and take their souls to my master. Mm-hmm. Well, the only way she does it is she starts a dance-off. And she doesn't start dancing. She gets all the Harlequins to dance. Well, the leader of those Harlequins was like, wait a second, that's a demon of Slaanesh. And they have a dance-off for about a week straight. Until they both pass out of exhaustion and they're able to dispel the demon.
Yeah.
It's just like that's hilarious. That's hilarious to me that these two factions are having like a dance battle to the death.
Yeah, they're having like a movie end of movie credit sequence where like all the characters in the animated movie are fucking dancing to like a song. I love it. I don't know. There's like so many neat stuff here and there. I definitely would like for them to be like expanded upon, but I don't know. I definitely understand putting the blower. Listen, it's going to be a little bit of. I have to represent the clowns a little bit.
Yeah, we get it. Fucking clown fucker.
Okay. Now we're here on throwing insults at each other. Now is that really?
All right, number 13.
Well, my number 13 would have been the Craft World Elders. So there they are.
Okay.
Which one is yours?
Mine are the Adeptus Custodes.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. They fucking closed the wrong thing. So the Custodes, huh?
Yeah. Their designs are relatively fine. But it's just like they're just again like the characters in lore are fine, but they're not very unique and they don't do much. They sit on Earth guarding the Emperor and all that shit, but all from what I've seen of them, that's pretty much all they do.
Well, I mean they have.
I know they do more, but
yeah.
It's just like I don't like them.
That's fair. Okay, I actually have something interesting now that we're bringing them up. I felt definitely similar when it was about when I started out like getting into Warhammer. I was like, the Custodes suck. Like it just felt like they are the Space Marines but better. And the Space Marines are already like
that was the other thing. They're just these big bulky guys that are just I've been around for 10,000 years and I'm just better than you. It's just it's just boring.
Yeah. Where I was already like, the Space Marines are already these guys but better. Like a human but better. So I was already like, that's wearing out its luck. However, it's like I looked into more of them. I definitely grew like an appreciation more for their like, how do I put it? Like more so their code and like their whole thing, because if you look more into it, they definitely have a lot of stuff where they diverge from Marines. Like first of all, just them being like around for much longer, they are definitely more like they are more on the side of like the Imperium of like because they are from so long ago. They are definitely more to the side of trying to keeping the Imperium to where it was, to the Emperor's vision, and not the religion and shit like that people have. Which when I first saw them, I thought it would be the opposite. I thought the Custodes of all people would be like the ones that would be like, he's the fucking god. But no, they're like the ones that are kind of like, no, he's a man, and he did a lot for us, so fucking respect him. And don't like throw away his vision. And the other thing with them is I feel like they're not like the Marines, where the Marines can like, the general Marine stuff is like, we're just defending this planet because we're defending it. It feels like whenever I see a custodian in a story, they're very specifically, okay, I am here to take care of the problem, and the problem is going to be like generalized towards protecting something from the Emperor, or like something like that. Like they're not just spread out. And again, it's kind of the same reasoning why I placed the Harlequins higher, because they're a smaller faction. They don't feel like, they're just doing this. They're just like fucking about. They're just that makes them lame. To me, it makes them like more cool that they are very specific, and it makes them like whenever you see one of them in like a story or something like that, it makes them seem more special, because you're like, oh shit, Custodes, like that is a big deal. Like sure, there's a couple of writers here and there who like just make a Custodes, make someone beat a Custodes just to like establish a point, you know? Like, oh, this person is actually fucking powerful. But there's definitely some points that I like them. And also, I think one of the stuff that makes them high for me is specifically, and I was telling you before the stream, is I like very specific, like, that this is the faction that I have one specific subgroup that I really like, and it's the Aquilian Shield. You know about the Aquilian Shield, right?
No, I do not. What are them about?
Oh, great. Okay, so the Aquilian Shield is like not supposed to be like the servants that are in the castle or like anything like that. They're the ones that are going to a random guy or a random person or a random object and going protecting or collecting whatever for the Emperor, because they've known that in the future that person or that object, whatever it is going to be necessary to keep the Emperor alive. So, for example, there might be a couple of Aquilian shields that, you know, a fucking a guard is just ready to be ripped apart by a bunch of Tyranids or something like that. And then suddenly, like, 5 of these guys just drop on the battlefield and start helping this guy. And they just stick around with him. And are like, no, we have to make sure you're alive because you're going to be part of the Emperor's will. And I just like the idea of it. Like, just the lore of these guys are like, it's like that random thing. Like, because it's never something like, you know, oh, the big artifact of fuck like that's it's always like the random ass fucking thing that it's like this the author of the story is like, okay, this is going to be important for this and this reason. And I just
must protect this telephone for when they need to make one call for a large pizza.
Exactly. It's like the Emperor is going to be hungry for this pizza this one day. We're going to make sure that that the telephone is still up so that he can make the call. It's like,
we know that orcs are coming to take this telephone.
Yeah,
because they are also hungry for pizza.
Exactly. The orcs are the orcs are coming over, and the Mechanicas are running 30 minutes late. We gotta make sure that the pizza is not free, so we gotta defend this group of Mechanicas as much as possible. So it's always like random shit like that, and I just feel like it's really fucking funny. Like I just like imagining, you know, like a story or something like that. Like you're running a party, and it's not just like people of the Imperium. Like there's plenty of stories of like the Custodes, like specifically the Aquilian Shield, like going and saving like a craft world or something like that, you know? Which I find really neat, because it's just like, it's exactly that thing of like, they're just doing their fucking job because they know eventually it's going to help the Emperor. And the Custodes have a lot of that too, where it's like they're very helpful. And they're not the, in a way, the Custodes are kind of very good guy centered. Like if you look past, you know, the Imperium that they're defending, they're very much the good guys, because they're like, you know, if there's a kid or something like that, they're not gonna be like some Space Marine legions where it's like, you know, fuck the civilians. We're just gonna move past. We're just gonna fucking stomp over you. They're very much the type to help out, which kind of
noble.
Yeah, it almost goes against the whole like, oh, they're just protecting the Emperor thing that they have going on. But at the same time, it kind of helps, because that's probably like what the Emperor would have even wanted in the first place. So they're kind of keeping his memory alive in a way.
Yeah,
that's why I kind of like them. They're neat. In fact, before like when I was getting into it, I would have switched around the Grey Knights and the in the Custodians, because I always thought, oh, the Custodians is just the guys that are fucking defending the Emperor. They're lame as hell. But like, the Grey Knights are cool. They're fucking going around. They're like knights. And then I was like, oh wait, the Grey Knights they are the actual Space Marines, but better. That I didn't like at first. Meanwhile, the Custodians actually have some intricacy that is more interesting than just they're just
They also each have a name that's a paragraph long, like Cetra.
Yes. So that's also pretty good.
Yeah, no, I mean they're not bottom of my list. They're definitely decent.
I understand it. Again, definitely for the tabletop, I feel like it's a little bit weird, but from what they got, I think it's.
I will say they're one of the cheaper armies to make just purely by point cost of a single Custody.
Yeah, I was hearing about that, where it's like the Custodians are like one of the fucking cheapest armies. Like,
and they're also relatively powerful.
Yeah, and they're.
If you're not up against an army that's specifically designed to assassinate one character, then you can do pretty well.
Yeah. So I think it's an interesting. It's definitely not on the upper half, I don't think, of my list. I'm not remembering straight up like where they are, but they're definitely, I think they're neat. Yeah. Now let's go on to someone else. Let's see. Let me remember who I even placed in. Okay. I placed in my 12th spot. This might be a little bit contentious, but I actually put the Tyranids over here.
I did not put the Tyranids there. You said ours is going to be very similar. Ours have been relatively different.
It has been. I'm actually surprised.
I put the Drakari.
Fair enough.
Again, well, I mean they have it better than the elves, but at the same time, they have less. And I'm looking at it from a fantasy perspective right now, because in the fantasy perspective, the Dark Elves have a much more unique feel to them. They have more going on. When I look at Eldar, and again, I focus mainly on the lore of sections I really like. I glance at their lore, and it's really just we're the exact same as the Dark Elves from fantasy, where we kill so we can stay immortal and keep Slanesh fed and not eating us.
Yes.
But they just don't have as much personality to them as the Dark Elves in Age of Sigmar or fantasy. No. They don't have as many named characters that I really just care about.
Right.
And they don't have the problem that the other Eldar have, where they don't have new models, because they got quite a few new things a while back. But it's just like they're just a bunch of dickheads sitting in the webway, doing fuck all, occasionally showing up to raid, but I don't see them having big, crazy schemes or things going on like the Chaos Space Marines or the Chaos Demons. They're just there.
That's fair. I mean, for me, I think I like them a little bit more just because I actually am maybe not the dominatrix shit, maybe not like the leather gear stuff, but like they're like a lot of their aesthetics where it's just like armor and shit like that. I find it sick. Like that. Hold on, let me see if it's in the slide that I prepared for it. But like there's like a lot of their looks, it's like actually pretty cool, and I just liked like the giant city. I forget the name of it right now, but like
I don't remember them.
They're the fucking dark city that they have. Oh yeah, Komora. That one, that picture. Oh well, it's gonna be fucking
Boomer.
Komorath is the name of the city, but
Kumarath. Yeah, definitely Kumarath.
Yeah, it's gonna be Kumarath because they're Kumi, but like the Dark Eldar, like that whole. I find that whole like city kind of interesting. I feel like it would be more so than Necromunda. I feel like it would be interesting to explore that in like an RPG setting, because it's like completely fucked and it's like actively like dangerous. I mean, I guess it would be very similar, but like the arenas and shit like that, and I like the mystery of it too. Like, there's just a lot of people that say then maybe some fucking Primarch, that one of the Primarchs that are not like one of the not like one of the 2nd or 9th Legion Primarch, like one of the actual Primarchs we know about, might be like in
Khan?
a fucking arena. Yeah, I think the main one is Khan. And
well, I mean, that's the idea, because Khan's whole thing was he made a grudge after some of his men were stolen by Dark Elves, and he got on a bike and chased them into the webway. Yeah. And he was been missing ever since. Supposedly, he's not allowed to return until he either finds his men or kills those responsible.
Yes.
And so, it makes sense that he's just there in the arena killing on end because he has to.
Yeah. I don't know. I find that interesting. And also, I'm a little bit fucked up. I'll be honest. I'm a little fucked up. And when I hear about the guy that, like, the people that frequently make, like, hats out of people that are still alive, I find it kind of funny. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty neat. That's cool. And I don't know, I find, like, how creative they can get with, like, some of the torture shit. I find it funny. Like, they torture the fucking Tyranids by fucking taking them apart from the, like, severing them from the hive mind so that the Tyranid can freak the fuck out and be like, what the hell? I'm alone. I'm fucking dead.
Mom, come pick me up.
That's fucked up. And, like, that's like if you did that with a fucking little animal. Like, I find that it's funny. It's kind of funny.
You are fucked up, Ack.
You know, I don't know. It's kind of neat. I mean, there's some of them where it's like, oh, you're going a little bit too far, you know? And that's a little bit lame. But, like, when they can get creative with it, like, well, I remember hearing somewhere about, like, one of the ways they torture orcs is, like, by making the orcs, like, be right in front of someone more powerful so that they can be fucking, like, pissed and be like, I want to fight that shit. But they can't. It's, like, something like that. I find it, like, funny. But I don't know. I definitely think they're also not that high for me. But it might be on the other half of this, actually. And I'm not sure. But I do really like them. Like, again, they're aesthetic.
Well, I mean, you see, the thing is, when I rank these as worst and best, a lot of these I still like quite a bit. I just don't like them as much as the top tier.
Yeah. I'd say, like, I mean, we're not going to talk straight about them right now, but the Tyranids, I actually really like their story. Like, after the Eldar, I think the Tyranids onwards are the ones that I kind of really enjoy what they got going on.
Yeah.
Even if it's just in one specific area, not just in general.
Right.
Alright. So, do you have anything else to say about the Dark Eldar?
I think the Dark Eldar are pretty well covered.
Yeah. Do you have any...
Well, not because they like being naked, but...
Well, yeah. Do you have any Cabal that you like of the Dark Eldar?
Non-specific, no.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. I mean, I also find
it's all sex-torturing bullshit. I'm fine.
I do find it interesting that when the Ynnari story was going on, there was actually some Dark Eldar who were trying to be more... Like, they weren't just straight up evil. They were actually doing good stuff for the people. And, like, actually trying to, like, redeem themselves a little bit. I find it, like, that gray area that they had... Like, the idea of that gray area, pretty interesting. And I feel like if it was expanded upon, it would be better. But, you know how it be. You can't have fun.
Yeah.
Alright, let me see. What's, which one did I place next? Oh, okay. Well, next up, I have the Tau over here.
Funny, because I also have the Tau.
Oh, there we go. The first one we got together.
Well, you know, I'm gonna count the Knights as the same. They're pretty much the same.
That's fair. No, that's all right. I mean, in specific faction, you know, in specific ranking. But yeah, pretty
specifically
much.
Tau, yeah.
Yeah, but like Tau, well, I feel like
Tau were better how they were, and they got changed.
Yes, I
I liked how they originally were in the story. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I think we're gonna say the same thing. I like how they were. I like good people because they're like fucking supposed to be they're supposed to be like the newest faction. It's actually really funny to me that the new guys, they're like, we have such a nice perception, because it leaves that spot of like, well, maybe when they get older, maybe when the story progresses, then they get kind of fucked up, rather than just, actually they were evil from the start.
Actually, they were like destroying plants if you didn't listen to them.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's definitely like,
because that was the fun thing about them, is that like they're just the straight, like, solid, lawful good people.
Yeah.
Like, everyone else is sort of on the evil side of it, but they were good, and they were weak, and half of the reason they were weak is because they were good. They didn't immediately just go to straight torch and burn.
Yeah.
In fact, half their problem would be they'd go to human places that weren't part of the Imperium yet. They'd trade, they'd be friendly and all that, and then the Imperium would come in and go, you're talking with aliens, burn half the planet down and kill all the Tau.
Yeah. I definitely feel like it's kind of a shame. I don't know, I would blame the people that were complaining about it, but at the same time, I feel like it's more so Games Workshop for not sticking to their
people
vision.
That complained about it were the Space Marine players who were like, it's not fair, I'm the good guy.
Yeah. I don't know, I feel like, and Space Marines players, from everything I've seen, they can get a little bit fucked, I don't care. But, pay no attention to me wearing a Space Marine outfit. But yeah, they're lame. Like, I feel like they still have like some interesting stuff going on, but it definitely tainted them. It's like they're not as cool now as they were when they started out, and they were just like the good guys.
And they're also one of those factions that has just been sort of left behind a little bit. Like they're one of the newer factions, but they still don't have a ton of new shit, and they just kind of like. They have this small. When I look at the map of where things are, they have this small like hexagon where they live. And that's it. They don't get to go anywhere else.
Yeah, like they.
And of course, the Great Rift doesn't help them, but
they don't get to have any cool stories or anything like that. They're just.
The second a Tyranid fleet shows up, it's gonna just wipe them completely out.
Yeah, they're gonna be squatted, and goodbye.
And I'm looking at the map right now. There are like the 5 biggest arms are all reaching right for them.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. I think it's definitely like I feel like I would like them more if they like return a little bit more to the. That's probably why of the Tau, the ones that I like the more are the Far Side Enclaves. There's not even a competition. But it's like such a shame. Like, oh wait, these guys though are the legit good guys, and it's like, they're the legit good guys that are like a fraction of the smallest faction. What the fuck are they?
And they lose all the time.
And they lose all the. They're the lamenters.
Half of their own art is them getting stabbed to death by Space Marines.
Yeah, they're the lamenters of the fucking of the Tau. It's like they're just getting fucked. Like, I remember I was getting... Oh, I didn't even put up the slideshow for the Tau. But
They're just that insignificant.
I remember I was looking for, like, cool art of, like, the Far Side Enclaves to, like, put in there. And there was, like, one of the mechs. And then the rest of it was, like, when I was looking it up, it was just the Tau getting fucked. I was like, oh, come on. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. Tau don't get to have fun.
Come on. But I like their aesthetics.
Well, hang on. I got a good picture of the Far Side Enclaves. Really? Hang on, I'm sending it to you now.
Okay.
Yeah, hang on.
I was really tempted, by the way, to put the picture of a big booby Tau woman in the slideshow. Oh, and this one too, and specifically this one too. And the Tau woman prefer. Yeah. Let me show it to the people of the audience. There you go. This is the fact. This is fact, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
It's true.
This is lore.
Yeah, like the Necron, they like did some chronomancy went into the future, saw like the Tao Empire getting blasted in the ass by human men. Now here's the question, Ferrious.
Yeah.
Do you think you can fuck the middle?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Based. That's cool. Funny.
Hello. It's like fucking a nose. Come on.
No, it's like fucking a brain. Even...
Well, I mean, yeah, which leads to the nose. You know they did lobotomies back then by just sticking like a knife up your nose.
Oh, you would know. Yeah, but I mean, I mean, come on, it'll be funny. It'll be nice.
What's funny about this?
It's funny. I do like their aesthetics though. I like how like their suits look. I think people saying, oh, they don't like the people that are like they don't fit the setting in like how they look.
They're a new race. They're doing their own thing. Yeah, their armor sucks half the time.
It's silly because it's like everyone has their own thing going on. Like the Eldar don't look like the Necrons or the Imperium or anything like that. So why would these guys do? You know, and it's not even that different. Honestly,
it's not.
Like,
heck, their mechs look like half the Eldar shit.
Yeah, I don't really get it. I think it looks pretty neat. If anything, I think one thing that knocks them down for me is that they're supposed to be the weeaboo factions, but they suck at melee, so you can't have like cool katana fights. Like, come on, that'd be cool.
Yeah, they're all shooting.
It would be neat. I mean, I do like the shooting, but you know.
Yeah.
It's a shame. I don't know.
Yeah.
Alright. Let me see. What do I have next? Which degeneracy is next up for us? Oh, okay. Next one, I put in the Custodes. So there you go. That's where they place for me. Still like in the bottom half, but again, these are the ones that I like. After the Tyranids, I'd say I like all of these.
I'm gonna throw a ringer into this one. That's something that you're gonna disagree with. I put the Gene Stealers here.
The Gene Stealers here. Okay, I was waiting for us to discuss this. So, personally, I was gonna be like, this is gonna come up as soon as like the Tyranids, anything Tyranid came up, but I like that the Tyranids are very simple. You just eat. They're not very cunning. They're just fucking eating. But like the Gene Stealers, the reason why they're like, it's two reasons, two primary reasons. I think one of it is I don't really like they kind of throw a wrench at the simplicity of the Tyranids, and the other one is just that it's almost like this is too much like chaos. I
feel like they're still relatively simple in their base concept. They're dinner bells.
Right. But like
you can't expect this massive fleet that is purely relying on their own energy as they're moving through space to really find all these planets by themselves. Space is a huge obstacle. So they send out their spores. Their cults pop up. The cults ring the dinner bell, and the Tyranids go pick up their meal.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say the build-up to how the Gene Stealer cults were originally made in the game, it was top tier.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, there was Tyranids, and there was always question at the start when Tyranids first came out, how the Tyranids were being made, where they came from, what was going on.
Yeah.
And how they keep finding the planets that get to them.
Mm-hmm.
There was also talk about the first race of Tyranids that they actually found separate from the hive mind.
Yeah.
And it was this group, I forget what moon it was, but of Gene Stealers that had integrated into the local populace of Alien, but that populace of Alien was like a Thing creature from the movie The Thing.
Yeah.
Where it was able to transform and fuck around, and the Tyranids were worried if they sucked that back up into the hive mind, that it would fuck up all of their DNA.
Yeah.
So they just left it there to rot. And then just the build-up of the Space Hulks being a thing, of just weirdo monsters just running on an abandoned Space Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Before the Gene Stealers were even mentioned. That was always neat. And the whole buildup of just like the slow insidious downfall of an entire planet, and knowing that the Tyranids are right around the corner, I just really enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the buildup to it, especially because it's just like a single alien lands on the planet, makes someone, injects DNA into someone, makes them super, super like, I have to go breed now. And it just slowly builds up from there as more and more people become aliens.
Yeah.
Plus, a lot of their designs are just like really cool, the 3-arm stuff.
Oh, well, yeah. The
cult leaders.
I'll say this. You can tell this since Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights are that low. I honestly find it hard to find a faction in 40k that I don't like how they look. Like, honestly, like, even... I think the only one that I can even think of that I'm, like, not too sure on right now is the Votan. And I mean, they're not even like a faction.
Well, it's shown like 3 left so far.
Yeah, so. Exactly. Like, it's a little bit too harsh on it. But it's like, right now, I'd say, like, even from, like, the bottom, from the Gene Stealer cults, it would still be, like, I still really like all of these, you know? I still, like, really like how all of them look. I like the Gene Stealers with their, like, fucked up, like how alien they look, but also they have, like, you know, they're civilians. They are not, like, they're not using, like, the top military
They're
stuff.
using drills and stuff.
Yeah, they're using, like, really...
Which are apparently stronger than chainswords, which is really funny to me. In the game, the drills are stronger than, like, a very special named chainsword.
Oh. Well, that's like the fucking grot, I forget the name of, that has, like, the biggest fucking save throws of everything else, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's always funny stuff with that, with, like, the rules, but yeah, I mean, it's neat. I definitely feel like the Gene Stealers are probably, like, they have interesting stuff. I don't know.
Is it the fact that they don't have any actual big characters?
It might be part of that too, but it's like I feel like a lot of the factions I like are some of the factions that are pretty active. Like, it's gonna be pretty obvious. Like, from here on out, I think all the factions that I like are factions that are very active. Well, besides. Well,
Gene Stealers are pretty active. I mean, they're everywhere. Like, they're like, we don't know how many Gene Stealer cults there actually are because they hide that well.
Yeah. But it's like...
And there are 2 of my favorite facts about them, real quick, before we do that. It's just like, it's another thing that boosts them up for me. One of their models is a limo with, like, guns attached to it that they stole because they, like, they took over the mind of the president of a planet. And the other one is, when the Tyranids come in, they don't eat the Gene Stealers right away. They use them for help, you know, destroying back lines and stuff. The thing is, when the planet is dead, everything's destroyed, they will take the Gene Stealers, like all the other Tyranids, to, like, the acid pools to go get melted. And right before they get melted, they turn off, like, the mind connection. And right then, they realize in terror what's going on, what they did, and the fact that the planet's dead and they're about to get eaten. And they die in pure terror. And I was just like, that's fucked up and crazy. I love that.
Maybe, I feel like I would almost put them above the Knights. It's just that, to me, the Knights just look fucking cool. And again, I like the nobility, shit like that. But
a limo.
But they definitely have interesting stuff going on. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, again, it's also the part of it where it's like, I feel like Chaos is very much lacking in, like, some of this cooler stuff. And I feel like this shit is, like, getting a little bit too close to what Chaos is and what Chaos is doing, you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the word cult is already, it's something that I associate a lot more too with Chaos. So it's more like, I don't know. But I don't know. They have definitely some interesting stuff. Just that I also feel like it's almost like ruining to lose because of that part of it. Like I like the Tyranids because they do that shit with the Gene Stealers, but I kind of feel like for the Gene Stealers, that's kind of like you're actively fucking yourself over, you know? So it's like, I don't know. It's like interesting, but it's definitely not something that I'm like crazy over, where it's like, it's like you have an army that is actively trying to kill themselves. That's part of it to me.
Well, but only after they've outbred the other army.
No, but still, you know.
And by then, they also, like, they knowingly don't just immediately go out and, like, reveal themselves as all the shit goes down. They will put, like, some of their cultists on some of the evacuation ships so they can go infect other planets.
Yeah.
That's why they don't know how many Gene Stealers there ever are.
Yeah. It's interesting, but I don't know. I feel like they definitely have a lot of potential to do shit that I like, but it's also, again, I like the Tyranids because they're fucking bugs. They're fucking about, but the Gene Stealers definitely, they're not too bad. Again, I just don't like them too much because I don't see too much of them specifically other than their whole deal. And I feel like it makes a lot of sense that you like them more because, again, like you said, they have like definitely the wackier models and shit like that.
And you see, and that's another reason why I am always been a Age of Sigmar sort of thing, a bit more so than a 40k thing. Because 40k has a lot of cool, unique stuff, but at the same time, it's very samey and very specifically this brand of dark sci-fi in a lot of its stuff. Well, if you go to Age of Sigmar, there's a ton of just random bullshit thrown at the walls. You got rat men, you got a crab, just a crab figure. It's just a big crab, that's it. It's just got crazy shit.
I mean, there's definitely some stuff that I wouldn't say, like, from 40k that's not, like, common in most sci-fi. Like, I don't see much, like, mankind being that overzealous and religious, like, that often. Like, even in shit like, you know, there's shit like Star Wars that definitely has, like, the religious angle and the like, very downright, like, controlling side of it. Definitely. But it's definitely more, it's not as, like, intense as 40k. And I definitely feel like I feel you on, like, you know, every army has like a big tank, every army has like a bulky guy, every army has like the scouts, you know. It's definitely like very similar to each other, but I don't know. Also, part of the fun with the Tyranids is definitely to fucking do Starship Trooper shit. And it's like, that's fun. Or you could do like stories where it's like a single Tyranid too, where it's just a Tyranid that got away or something like that. But you know, it's like on a smaller scale. It's like a single a big ass Tyranid in a Space Hulk with some people, like some party of people like exploring that Space Hulk. But I don't know. It's neat. But yeah, finishing up on the Gene Stealers, I definitely think, like, I put them that low more so because I just honestly have never looked too deep into it, and whenever I see much of them, it's like, oh, they fucked up they fucked up the country that not the country, the world that they were in, and they either lost or they won. But either way, they're fucked. Either way, I mean, some of them get away, but you know, still. I don't know. I'm just more a fan of, like, I don't like shit like the Lamenters. is my way around this. I want my faction to win. You know?
I'm sorry. No, everything you like is Lamenters. I'm sorry.
No. No.
Yes.
Okay. On to the...
So before we go to the next part, can I grab
Yeah.
a drink real quick?
Oh, yeah.
I ran out of mine. I'll be
Yeah.
back in a second.
I'm drinking mine too. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I did this again, when I was looking at this list, I was looking at it like, I'm just talking to chat right now, but I was definitely looking at it like, feel like I'm gonna be more into, I'm gonna be more, change a couple of my opinions from what Ferrious has to say, because I was more interested in hearing about it. And also, if there's any questions about any of this, because we're just going over what we have. But, where's the orcs? If the orcs haven't shown up yet, it's because we're going to talk some good shit about them.
The orcs not being here is a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. That means they're up. That means they're higher.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Well, on to the next one.
Number 9.
Number nine. For me,
last thing you want in your orc foot letter.
Last thing
is someone's feet.
Yeah. Well, maybe not. It's the fucking orcs.
Yeah.
On to the next one. Orcs. Yeah, immediately.
Yeah.
Well, for me though, it's the Chaos Space Marines. I placed them around here.
So I really, really hope that your number 8 is the Space Marines.
Yeah.
Because mine right now is the Space Marines.
Okay. Hold on. I'll check real soon. But let me move your in there. You know what? Fair enough. But let's get to it. Let's talk about some Marines.
I will say it like this.
Okay.
The highs of the Space Marines are relatively high.
Yes.
The bad factions of the Space Marines are really fucking boring.
Yeah.
And I think that takes them down a whole octave.
Okay, fair enough.
For the Chaos Space Marines, I don't think they have that same problem. I think most of them are, if not good, just bland.
I definitely feel like, to me, the thing with the Space Marines that I have is definitely like that, but it's like, if I don't like the Space Marine, if I don't like something from the Space Marines, I can avoid it more easily. Well, not really, but still, it's less so. I'm not too worried about them, and I personally like a lot of their highs, a whole lot more. Like I find like them getting so much focus makes it so the stuff that I do find interesting is like very interesting to me.
Well, I see, but that's another problem why I have them low, is that there's just too much focus. It's overwhelming focus.
Oh, I
like, I get it, there's some good stuff. But I would like more stories of, the Eldar, the Gene Stealer, like give me an insight on a Gene Stealer cult. Give me an insight on, just a single, piloting crew of the Imperial Knights. But no, instead we're getting another story about how the Ultramarines win the day despite overwhelming odds against Nurgle forces. I just don't care.
That's completely fair. I mean, I feel like the difference here is you're more on the side of. The difference here is you're definitely more on the side of, the bad stuff of the Space Marines brings them down. Where to me it's more like the good stuff, the actual pearls that they have in there, because even though it's a lot of shit, they still have some of the more interesting stuff.
They do. They have quite a bit interesting. That's why they're number 9.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to bring that up too. Still put them pretty high, all things considered. So it's not like you think they're just fucking terrible,
The other problem is I find most of the good stuff for the Space Marines happens pre or during Horus Heresy. Which, at that time, it's very difficult to slice off Space Marines from Chaos Space Marines as a faction.
It's true.
Because they're both,
the setting is basically just the two of them.
Yeah. So, like, the Space Marines and the Chaos Space Marines, yes, like, there are some Chaos-infected Space Marines, but Chaos Space Marines implies a whole other level, where they're completely corrupted. They're mutants underneath their armor.
It's less so the Horus Heresy ones, and more so the ones in 40k.
Yeah.
She just they've been completely overtaken by chaos.
Now, the stuff about Horus Heresy, 30k, all that shit with, like, Sanguinis, or should I say my man Morbius, Morbius Sweep.
Number 2.
Morbin time, if you would.
It's supposed to save us. Not join them.
And then like Dorn and all the new con stuff that Wise was telling me about yesterday. There's a ton of really good stuff for Space Marines there. But then you come to Modern Era, and they've sort of tossed everyone except for Girly Man to the back burner. Like, you know Corvus is still alive in the warp. You know Dorn is probably still alive and just waiting for sales to drop.
Yeah.
You know that Vulcan and Khan are somewhere. They just are not in the story right now. Like, because we've seen Vulcan come back for, like, a day and then immediately leave again.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, they're all alive. But, like, I want more of them and less of just Girly Man.
You know, I feel like I feel you. I do kind of like we had our. I almost see it like this. We had our fun with the Primarchs. Now it's kind of fun to like. I mean, the problem there is okay. I kind of like the idea of like now it's like exciting that they could pop up at any moment, and we were going like, oh shit, there they are. You know, I like that excitement about it. I like the search for them. But, like, I definitely feel you where it's... I mean, there's still plenty of stuff about the Primarchs, honestly. There's probably more lore on, like, a specific Primarch than probably the entirety of the fucking, like, Tau. Or something like that. So it's, like, definitely, like... It's definitely one of those things where, you know... They're going to be very hard to... They still had plenty of stuff. That's how I see it.
I get they had plenty of stuff, but the problem is that, like, nowadays, it is just a continuous stream of, here's another Ultramarine story.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I will say, though, I'm gonna be fair here. When I look at some of the more recent stuff, not even of the Space Marines, but of Gilliman, I like that he has depression.
I like that he's read the book and like, this is all bullshit. I was there when my dad died. Like he's not a god. No, shut up. This is how we're keeping the Empire together.
There's that one picture of him depressed in the throne. I like that picture.
I will say there have been a few stories recently that have been kind of good. I really liked the last chapter of the Godpox series. The last book, where we find out that the Emperor is just using Gilliman as like a vessel for him.
Yeah. To
spread him. Because he looks like how the Emperor used to look, almost. Because specifically what happens, to those that don't know, they're fighting a bunch of forces of Nurgle on a planet, including the Primarch that is following Nurgle, Morticion, or something like that, I forgot how to pronounce it. They're fighting. The Kugath Plaguefather invented a disease specifically designed to kill Primarchs.
Yes.
It was a very rare, hard-to-make disease. He makes one. He gives it to Morticion, says, stab Gilliman, we'll kill the Primarch, we'll take over. Yeah. He stabs Gilliman. Gilliman starts dying. As he's dying, since he's dying from disease, he's being sucked into Nurgle's garden. And in the warp, in Nurgle's garden, the Emperor channels through Gilliman in a big blazing form and goes, Nurgle, you son of a bitch, you're only immaterial. You are all made-up dreams of people, like, fearful of disease. I am real and material, and I'm gonna kick your ass if you show up again. He lights his sword on fire and burns down half of Nurgle's garden. And you can hear Nurgle scream in pain inside his house. And he goes to his son Morticion and goes, well, I'll be able to save your soul eventually. But right now, you're gonna get your ass slapped by Papa Nurgle. and he gets sucked into the mansion.
Yeah.
And then Gilliman's just fine.
Yeah.
Because the god. So I really like the story they're doing with the Emperor. That the fact he's being reborn as a chaos god of order.
Yeah. I mean, it's
because they're.
It's kind of like he's been fucking morphed himself. But yeah.
He is because they explain in that book too that the Eldar are very careful with their beliefs after birthing Slaanesh.
Yeah.
Because if you believe in some sort of idea too hard with enough psychers in your population, eventually it just causes that to become real inside the warp. The Emperor himself, even though he is still dying on his throne, is stirring once again because so many people believe in him as the god of order and mankind. He is becoming the chaos god of order and mankind. And each psyker soul that is killed and given to him makes him stronger.
Yeah, it's just powering him up. It's basically he's doing the shit that was happening to Slaanesh and the Eldar. Well, is happening, but to other people in his population. I mean, I just find it neat. I think that even the Ultramarines, which had their whole Smurf problem, I feel like things are being made to fix it. Primaris was not one of those things.
Yeah.
Like, there's still problems, but it's definitely like, I don't know. And you know what? I like almost a bunch of other factions. I like a lot of the sub-factions, which makes me want to ask, Ferrious, what are some of your faves, legions, what are some of your favorite chapters of
Imperial Fist are definitely my top tier ones, just because I love Dorn. As a character, as a design aspect, just this big, like, fatherly looking fucker in yellow whose entire thing is I'm going to build a defense so defensive that it will in fact spill over and be offensive.
Yes. You can't do it.
Because I will make turret towers so high that they will shoot things miles away.
Yes.
I love Dorn. And besides that, I liked Sanguinus. Though not as much anymore. He's kind of boring. I like the idea of Vulcan and how he and his people are just immortal, and the fact that all of his space marines are like actually kind of human. They're more family oriented. They're allowed to go mingle with like normal populations and have families and shit. Yes. I like that stuff. Now for my less favorite ones, I'm gonna have to go look because I'm forgetting a lot of them.
Fair enough.
I don't really care about White Scar.
I like them because they go vroom vroom. They have cars.
I guess.
Shit.
I guess.
It's cool.
I guess. No, I understand that, but I don't know. Hang on, the webpage is freezing up again. I'm just looking at I'm trying to look at the names.
They're very much like there's not that much shit about them. Mm-hmm. It's like Khan is like very divisive guy. He's a little bit of a berserker, but at the same time, he's also very considerate. He's like, I'm not gonna just do things at random. But
I don't care at all about the Space Wolves. The Space Wolves, fuck them, I don't care.
Oh, you know what? The Space Wolves, it's like they're on the verge of being like interesting to me, but at the same time, they're like way too fucking like whatever they got going on is like way too much. It's like it feels like they've been put too much in, like they're like the second one that the people like Games Workshop goes for whenever it's not just Space Marine, it's not just Ultramarines, It's like, bust out Space Wolves. And I don't know, man. I feel like they could be.
I also forget what.
But
yeah, it's just like, I don't know. The whole aesthetic of just like Wolf guy just kind of bored me.
It's fair.
And then what were the group that Corvus had? Was it the Black Templars?
No. Corvus is the Raven Guard.
Raven Guard, I don't care about them at all. I'd care about them if Corvus came back and started doing things as this demon Primarch who only works for Order. Because his entire thing is he's corrupted by Chaos, but he's specifically using that power to work against Chaos.
Yeah.
If he came back and like there was a whole thing about how his men are sort of iffy because they have to trust their Primarch, they're basically dad. But he's corrupted by Chaos, and all the other Space Marines are sort of against them, but they're still working specifically for humanity. Yeah, that would be an interesting concept, but instead it's just like, hey...
They would be basically renegades at that point.
They'd be renegades. They'd be like freaking Batman, where the police hate them, but they're still working for good.
Yeah.
But it's just like, besides that, without Corvus coming back, they're just boring.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's my Space Marine spiel.
Alright, well, for me, the ones I like, non-specific order. I do really like the Salamanders too, for the same reasons you said. And also because they use fire. And I find that fun. They're using fire. I mean,
the heavy flamer.
Yeah, exactly. It's not, the White Scars, it's more of a meme. I just like that they go fast.
Mm-hmm.
The Imperial Fists are neat. I find that, like, they're alright. Blood Angels, they have some interesting stuff, but, not the most interesting. Dark Angels, I honestly can't get into, like, personally.
What's the difference between the Blood Angels and the Dark Angels? I forgot.
Blood Angels are the Sanguinius people. They're the ones with the Black Rage.
I knew that, but what about the Dark Angels? I thought they were just a spin-off of them.
No, the Dark Angels are from, what the fuck is his name? Lionel Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know, Lionel Johnson, the funny thing about him is that he's just too, like, he just doesn't really care about anything, but still, I don't know, he's a very boring Primarch for me. I don't really care. But, I mean, they can do some interesting stuff. I like them. They're very secretive. I like that they have little fellas. You know about the little fellas? They have, like, watchers in the dark following them.
Yeah.
Oh, funny. I mean, it's really weird that they went with 2 angels, right?
Yeah, they could have named it slightly different at least. Like, I get why Sanguinus' faction is called Angels, but why do we need a Dark Angels when it's like a Lionel Russ?
Yeah. Should have been like Dark Warriors or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, I like probably one of my favorite ones is probably the Black Templars, because they're like, building is cool and all. I just want to kill them. All that talk about doing a great defense so you can have an amazing offense. What about we do the opposite? What about we just fucking kill them instead?
No, kill so hard that there's no reason to defend.
There's no reason to defend. We're good. We're solid. And I feel like most of the stories, one of the things that I like about the Black Templars is that they are fucking assholes. They are actual dickheads. They are xenophobic as fuck. They fucking hate everyone else. And they're just fucking dickheads. And they're like all in dark. No, I find their armor looks really awesome. And I don't know, they're just fucking cool to me. And I feel like of them, let me see. There's another one that I don't really like. I've already expressed my distaste for them in this rating. I don't really like the Lamenters. I don't like that. Let's create a faction that their whole deal is that they get fucked.
But that's funny.
It's not. It's like, come on. It's not even interesting. It's like, oh, the Lamenters are around? Well, I guess they're dying. I guess they're fucked. Like, the one thing they had was, that they didn't have the Black Rage. So, that's a plus. And then they got it. So it's like, huh? What the fuck is the point then? Like, their whole thing is gone. Like, what? And lastly,
Space Marines.
I think the other Space Marine faction that I really like is the Alpha Legion. I find that the stuff that
That's
they do for
no,
the
those are Chaos.
what are you talking about?
Alpha Legion's Chaos.
No,
Yeah.
no, they help the Imperium. What are you talking
Alpha
about?
Alpha Legion is Chaos.
Are you typing this up and you're not getting the bit?
I'm check. I don't think it's this is not Alpha. The Alpha Legion is the Chaos Space Marine Traitor Legion.
I know.
Okay, are you fucking with? Okay, well, you could just tell me you're fucking with me.
I said it was a thing.
I didn't hear that part.
Well, that goes. That was.
Well, now I look ridiculous.
Now I look ridiculous. My bit went out the window. Oh man.
Why are you looking it up?
Are you looking it up? I fucking heard you typing. Like, oh man. There's gonna be a whole bit about like the main actually good guys.
Well, why didn't you type it? Why didn't you send that to me? And like tell me look at this a bit. Shut up.
Cause come on.
I don't know bits.
You never seen that joke of the Alpha Legion being good guys?
No, I've heard of the Omega Legion being good guys.
Well, you know, they're part of it too. But like,
yeah.
I don't know. Oh, we're gonna get to that later. Oh, it's probably now. I'm guessing. Yeah. But you just do a fucking woodpecker, like Woody Woodpecker laugh.
I don't know. When I've been like sarcastically laughing, I've been for some reason doing the Woody Woodpecker laugh a lot lately.
You know,
I don't know why. I don't know why it's my sarcastic laugh now. Is the
you know, it's a pretty good one. I think you should use it for your brain. My next one was actually the Dark Elder, but you know we already talked about him.
Okay, my next one is Chaos Space Marines.
Yeah, I figured. Well, one of my favorite Chaos Space Marines is the Alpha Legion because they really fuck up the Imperium. But now my bit's done.
Imperium.
Fuck you. I'm gonna have more.
Yeah, hang on. Does that count for mine or yours?
It counts from my pool. Yeah, that one is on the house. That one is the. I tabbed that one.
Okay.
But yeah.
I will say the entire reason for me that Chaos Space Marines are this high up, is because of Magnus the One-Eyed and his boys, the Thousand Sons. I love that man.
You know what? Now it makes a whole lot of sense why you place my boys Harlequin so low. Can't get on my library.
Shut up! Let me in the library.
No, you are not. I
gotta return a book.
We'll get it for you. The Orc songs.
No, I gotta go. What?
The Orcs. I have a playlist going on, and the fucking Orc songs started playing.
Excellent.
Yeah. I mean, get fucked. I mean, they look really cool. I like how the Thousand Sons look.
They just got such a it's a sad story. It's like I like that it's not just like he is an outright bad guy. His father specifically told him during the heresy, son, I know you're not really corrupted by chaos, but a lot of your sons are. I can bring you back. I can cleanse the chaos from your soul, but your sons all have to die. And he was like, no, I would rather die with my sons than let you kill them to satiate your chaos killing lust.
Yeah.
It's just like it was fun, and like the whole fact that he is just depressed in his own little library trying to find a way to cure his sons, and every time he finds a way, his little partner, whose name I forget, fucks it up. Even worse, and more sons disappear.
Man, what's his name?
Angron?
No, Angron is the other guy. What's the name of him? It's something man. In the end, I forget.
But like the fact that like all of his sons are sort of like dying, have always been sort of dying from this curse, and this is how his thing. And like he was the most powerful psyker, and for some reason, the other Space Marines did not trust him when he was trying to make a phone call and say, "Hey, Horus is fucking corrupted by chaos and is going to kill everyone."
It's Arryman, by the way.
Okay. He's like, Horus is going to kill everyone. I know we said no more psychic powers, but I have to make this phone call and say he is going to kill you all. And they're like, wait a second. He's using psychic energy. Kill him.
Kill him.
And destroy his planet.
Yeah.
Like, they fucked up. I don't know. A lot of my love for Chaos Space Marines is just the Thousand Suns.
That's fair. Get Thanos snap, bitch. But
pretty much, they have them just turn to dust, and he has to glue their souls to suits of armor. And it's just like Magnus is just sad. Yeah. He's just sad. He doesn't even care about chaos. Yeah. He just sits in his library while each laughs in his ear, and he's just sad.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a... It's definitely... Of the legions, I feel it's probably one of the Chaos Marine legions. It's probably, like, one of my favorite ones. But it's definitely, like... I feel like a lot of their stuff was, like, from that era. Like, from, like, the cool stuff they were doing during the horror... Like, I like them more as their turn into chaos, more so their actual selves. Besides, like, the Thousand Suns.
Primarch Magnus is fucking amazing.
Yeah, but I don't
know. Like, him as the Chaos Primarch, I love him way more than Mortician's just like, I have, like, rotten wings and a scythe. He is this big red-eyed giant with...
The fucking 9 Inch Nail remix for the Chaos Marines start playing. We're on it, boys. I have noticed, by the way, sorry for cutting you off, but I'm noticing that this playlist is self-aware. It started playing the fucking Eldar theme when you started to talk about the Eldar. Started to play the Tau theme when you start to talk about the Tau. It's a little scary, but yeah, cool.
The Empire provides. The Emperor provides.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, what's your favorite Chaos Space Marine faction?
Well, I think I can tell you for a fact which one I don't like, and that's the fucking the Black Legion, because it's just that they're the bad guys. Are they doing?
Okay, hang on. What are you trying to say?
They're no, hold on.
Trying to say
you are the one.
Trying to say about that.
You're the one with "N" in the name. No, but
I'm about to say a word.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What is it?
You know, that reminds me of a funny thing. You know what theme I used during the Pokemon tournament? End's Castle. But there's another theme that comes before it called End's Bridge.
Yes, End's Bridge.
And I just thought, this sounds like a PewDiePie theme.
Okay. Alright. Nergo fucking gonna kill me. But yeah, the Black Legion to me, it's just, they don't have anything. I mean, they have cool armor, but everyone has cool armor.
I will say they're getting an update now. Same with the World Eaters. They're getting an update. They revealed, and the World Eaters. I mean, they have like these weird mutants that are like just wearing the flesh of humans now, and it looks really cool.
One of the legions that I really want to get into and like look into more is probably the Night Lords, with the Night Lords trilogy and shit like that, because it looks interesting to me, and like people like say that those are some of the greatest books from the Black Library stuff. I definitely like the 1000. Honestly, I like how almost all of them look. Really, I mean, I have made it very clear. I think 40K for all things considered, I think I like almost every single faction look, but specifically for the Chaos Marines. Now I know we're all it's the default one, so it's kind of like lame in that part. But I actually really like how the Death Guard looks. I don't really like.
I do like the Death Guard.
I don't like that they're like the main one. I wish that Death Guard was not the main one. Mm-hmm. But I do like how they look. Honestly, I don't know. I like how all of them.
I wish that it was just like something better. Because for the Black Legion, because the Black Legion are definitely the Chaos Undivided faction,
Yes.
and that was the main faction that you fight in most of Fantasy and Age of Sigmar. Though they have been coming more Nurgle leaning in later years.
Yes.
If they could just do something better with the Black Legion, make them something more unique in the fact that they're Chaos Undivided,
Yeah.
and make them the lead. Death Guard is cool looking, but the thing that just sucks about Nurgle is all his stories are the exact same.
Mm.
I have my sons are all happy if they're all rotting and gross. We make a disease to try and kill someone. It backfires. Move on.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about the Emperor?
How I feel about the Emperor's Children?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm gonna say, in general, I think it's kind of sad. Okay, I have 3 things to say. I think it's kind of sad that, like, they're just kind of there. I don't think they're gonna do anything more with the Emperor's Children. I think they're kind of dead, which is it's just a shame because they have like cool guitar people, and that's fucking awesome. I like when 40K just does like awesome shit. Not even grim dark. It's just cool. But the other thing that I feel about the Emperor's Children is I actually kind of like Bile, that fella. I think it's pretty neat, and I feel like if the Legion goes more towards him and like the stuff that he's doing, it would be way more interesting. But I think they're kind of like 2 different factions now, actually.
Yeah, they are. If you look at the thing, he has his own called
yeah, he has like
the
creations of Bile. Yeah, he has the creation of Bile stuff. I mean, I think they still work together, but it's still.
I mean, I think he's still technically a Slaneshi thing, but
yes, but I don't know. I wish. I like that. However, now I'm using my second card here. In Dawn of War Unification mod, they are perhaps one of the legions. I heard, by the way, for the audience, I heard Ferrious walking out. He says, "Peace out." He went somewhere else. I heard you I heard you getting up from your chair.
Oh, yeah, because you're talking about that. No, I just took another big drink of the alcohol I was having.
Oh, all right. That's pretty much the same thing.
Morbid.
Oh, well, that's solved, by the way. You're done. No, don't say anything else, or else be very careful now. Very careful now. Now, I think the Emperor's Children, like, what the fuck was? Wait, I wasn't talking. Oh, in Dawn of War, right? The Unification mod, very good. Check it out. Is they're like it was really funny because when I got into it, in the mod page, there was a thing saying in big old letters, "Do not fight the Emperor's Children in survival mode." Because that's like a fool's errand. You're gonna get fucked up. They have like an insane AI. Then I fucking fought them like plenty of times, and they're like bitches. You know what they do? They like spawn 2B from Nier Automata, and like have a bunch of anime characters in their roster, and it's like it's weird. I don't know, but I feel like I would like to see some Emperor's Children stuff. I definitely feel like there's a lot of compelling characters in Chaos Space Marines. The problem is the Chaos Space Marines are very they're very stagnant right now. Like they're not.
Yeah.
Like you have the Thousand Suns doing their stuff, but you kind of know that the Thousand Suns are not gonna get anywhere because of the nature of it. It's like it's like the with it's like the Necrons. Like the Necrons are not gonna get their fucking souls back because at that point, it's like the end of the game for them. Like it would be like, okay, we're closing house. No, there's nothing else to do. So I
Yeah,
think
that's.
it's one of
Don't
those
worry, we'll get
things.
the end times of 40K very soon.
Uh huh. Right. When Games Workshop uh, gets fucking overrun by people complaining about Warhammer Plus. They lock all their stuff on like like if you want to buy a model, you have to sign up to Warhammer Plus to get
Mm-hmm.
to like to even be able to
Well,
buy their shit.
say
Like,
that, but there's a single there's like 3 models you can only get if you have Warhammer Plus.
yeah, they're just gonna expand on that and like get fucked, I guess. And you
Yeah.
and if you're not subscribed anymore, your model blows up, just like the X3 figures. Fucking die.
Oh, that reminds me.
That reminds you? Oh, you're right. I got you. Well, you're gonna be here for it. You're stuck here with me.
Not if I say the word again.
Oh yeah, you can have a way out. All right. Let me think. Well, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I don't
No,
like.
there's not much to say.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely want to get more into it on some of the, on other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, sadly, they are playing the Necron music, but I don't think the Necrons are anywhere soon.
No.
Yeah,
No, they're not.
they're not.
All right. Well, what's your next?
My next, let's see. I believe, yeah, it's just Space Marines now. I've placed them here.
Okay.
I probably would have switched Dark Eldar with Chaos Space Marines now that I'm thinking more about it. But, yeah, you know, it's just the nature of things.
Not too late.
Yeah, no,
You
it
can
is.
still change
No,
next things.
you know what? Let's hear what you have next. Depending on what you have next, I'll think about it.
The Tyranids.
The Tyranids? Oh, well, alright. You know what? We can change it then. Alright, let me... Where are the Tyranids? There they are. So, I don't have much to say about the Tyranids, honestly.
They're very cut and dry sort of race.
Yeah, I think we almost just...
Isn't a bad.
I almost just
They got
said it.
eating everything stuff.
Yeah, I almost already said everything I wanted to say with the Gene Stealers. I'd say
That was your problem with them.
I have it's kind of a shame because like the reason why I like the Tyranids is also the reason why they can probably never win really, and they can't be expanded upon. They're kind of in a conundrum with it because it's like I really like them because they're just simple. They just want to eat. They're just
Yeah, well, I mean,
hungry.
they can't make a character.
Yeah,
You can make unique Tyranids, but at the same time,
I mean,
the Tyranids after the battle are canonically destroyed.
yeah, they just get.
And the second thing is that like you can't have a talking character. Like they're just the alien race of I'm going to eat you. They're just like if we don't have an idea for what the enemy should be, we're just gonna throw Tyranids.
Yeah. I think they're definitely fun looking, like, but at the same time, it's like I almost like them in a setting where they're like third fucking like there's a three-way war going on, and they're coming in because they're almost like a tool to like see how to see like they're almost like a tool to see where the other factions are gonna go, you know?
Yeah.
Like, are the Space Marines gonna team up with the Orcs just to fuck up the Tyranids? Like, are they? Let's see. I mean, it's interesting in that sense, but you know, it's definitely like they're almost more of a tool more than an actual faction. And
now, fun fact: they used to have a actual speaking group as part of them.
Yeah.
That was immediately decanonized.
Because it was stupid.
It was very stupid. They were called the Zoettes, and they were like lizard centaur guys.
I mean, they're still around. They're still around.
Well, yeah, but they're no longer part of the Tyranids.
Yeah.
They're just like, they're just there now. But for some reason back then, they were treated as if they were part of the Tyranids, and were like the Tyranids forward forced to sort of placate people until they got eaten.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that idea. I mean, I don't know. Like, how long?
It's just what
Well,
Gene Stealer
yeah,
cults is, except worse.
exactly. Like, I don't know if the gene stealers were already a thing by then, but it almost feels like it was used to like go into the gene stealers.
I would assume so because they were made and then decanonized before the Gene Stealers were even brought up on the Space Hulks.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, they've come back as things for like the Blackstone Fortress,
Mm-hmm.
but they're still barely even a thing.
Yeah. Now, I mean, there are some interesting stuff, but I almost feel like the only interesting story that I remember them in is like when they were fucking up the Ultramarines. And I almost feel like there's too much Ultramarine shit with the Tyranids. And it's like, I don't know, that's not interesting as much to me, I guess.
One of
But,
my other big problems is that the just fact that they've written it in a way that it's gonna be a real ass pull for the Tyranids not to just win in the end.
I mean, I feel like it could happen. Like,
Well, I bet they've already described this entire all the massive amount of Tyranids you've already seen. It's just like the very tips of the tendrils of the true Tyranid force.
yeah.
It's just like I get that's an explanation of like why are there so many Tyranid armies, but at the same time that sort of writes you into a corner of there is just gonna be Tyranid City forever.
It is kind of an issue, and it's like, honestly, it's like, it's almost like doesn't make sense because it's like, oh, the Tyranids are gonna fuck shit up, by the way, and it's like, the Tyranids almost lose every single thing, you know, that they're in because it wouldn't be fun if the mindless machine like animals that are going by instinct always won. But I don't know. It's definitely like one of those things where I feel like you can gradually get to a point to explain like why the Tyranids are going to fucking kill themselves or something like that.
Well, I mean, they have explained in some sense, like, well, sort of to explain why you can have two Tyranid armies fight on the tabletop.
Yeah.
That the various arms of the Tyranid force disagree with each other as being part of the main force and attack and try and eat each other.
I believe it's Hydra who like goes straight up. Hydra is
Hydra,
specific.
Kraken, and Leviathan are the different ones, but yes, Hydra is the one that tries to eat the others the most.
Yeah, like specifically going after other Tyranids. And I find that honestly, they're probably my favorite just because it's like funny. It's like those are the motherfuckers. They're just fucking each other. I mean, there's that one Tyranid. I forget its name. That's like was actually strategizing and shit. So we definitely can, and it wasn't like insulting. That the Tyranid.
Old One Eye.
Yeah, well, Old One Eye. Like he's the one that like they're just.
Because they kept the Tyranid force kept remaking it on each planet that it showed up on.
Yeah, yeah.
Like they would just put his DNA back into one, and it would always spawn with one eye like wounded because the DNA. I think like he got stabbed in the face, and it fucked with his brain, but it made him sort of detached from the mother hive, so that he could think things better by himself.
Do you have any favorite hive fleets?
Not particularly Hive fleet, but I do like the I forget the name of it, but there's a new one that was in the lore, but just got its new model, and it's one that specifically like lays eggs in people, and they pop out as Ripper swarms.
Oh yeah.
So it has really cool mechanics besides just looking really cool.
I mean, it's interesting. I feel like I like that because I feel like the one I like the most is probably Behemoth because it looks cool. You know? It's the blue and red one. I mean Leviathan looks pretty cool too. But you know, Behemoth is what I like more so. I don't know, red is very like it's gonna fucking kill you. It's fucking bloody. And the blue is like makes it look hard, whereas some of the other stuff makes them look like boogers or shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
But it's interesting. I mean, That's pretty much it, really. Just the Tyranids. They're bugs. They're gonna eat you. Alright. On to number 6.
Yes, we're getting up there now.
Yeah, we are. We're almost in the top 5.
And I like how 5 of our top 5 are the exact same.
Yes.
They have not shown up yet.
Though I am very curious of where you place the one exception.
Oh, right now.
Oh, okay. I figured. I was like, they can't be that high. All right. So for my 6th, might be a little bit insulting to you.
Better not be Necrons.
No, it's Mechanicus.
Oh, that's fine.
You know, they're fun. I mean, we're gonna get to it, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, Chaos Demons, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm guessing it's more so because of fantasy and Sigma.
You see, that's the thing. A lot of demons are shared between fantasy and Sigmar.
Yeah.
But also, it's the variety.
Okay.
There's so many different Chaos Demons. There's so many different types of monsters from Chaos Demons that are just all over. There are some interesting Chaos Demons for each person. There's named ones with their own stories. You got Kugath Plaguefather. You've got Rodagus. You've got Scarbrand and his story. You've got, I forget the Slanesh one, but you got the Mask. And then you've got Ferrious Fateweaver, and they're all doing their own things, and they're all very unique and interesting, and they've got their own ideas of what's going on. And it's like, if you don't like one faction, you have 3 very unique, interesting factions of your own. On their own to go look at, besides that one. And then, of course, if you don't like any of them, you just take generic demons and you go Chaos Undivided.
Yeah. You can kind of make your own fucking demons if you want.
Yeah.
Because there's like... I remember seeing somewhere someone like picked up a couple rocks and turned them into like little statues. Let me see if I can find it. But I don't know. I think to me, the reason why, for me, Chaos Demons were ranked so low is because they kind of like... There is definitely characters. But my problem is, it almost feels like those characters are not specifically the faction itself, you know? The characters can be interesting, but the like specific demons itself, it just feels like they're just like an increment to like Chaos Space Marines and shit like that.
I get that, but my main thing is that a demon army is basically just an extension of that lead demon. So if you take Kugath Plaguefather, if you have him on the field, you're not caring about all the Nurglings, you're not caring about all the Poxbearers. One of them may say a single thing to Kugath, and that's it. But your entire thing is, you have to care about the character, like the main, like, greater demon who's in charge. And I think those greater demons have enough personality, enough going on with them, that it really just pulls the entire faction, that entire group up.
That's fair.
Because, like, I mean, hell, even Scarbrand. Scarbrand has his own crazy backstory with the fact that he was tricked by Tzeentch to go and strike at Khorne, and Khorne just choked all personality out of him and dropped him to the hell pit. And now he's just, like, running around going, I'm blood. I find, like, a lot of that stuff really, really fun. And like the lesser demons are just there as a supporting cast for those characters.
Yeah, I'm not really.
Which a lot of the other factions have problems with, is just not having characters at all. They've got too much support.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely some interesting stuff. What is the guy that drank all of Nurgle's lean from 40k, or is it from?
He's in both.
In both? Okay.
That's Kugath Plaguefather.
That's Kugath, okay, yeah. Alright.
Yeah, so he is a Nurgling sitting on Nurgle's shoulder.
Yeah.
Nurgle is brewing the greatest, vilest pox ever seen.
Something
that fuck up the entire thing.
Yeah.
The Nurgling that was asleep on his shoulder falls in, accidentally drinks all of it.
Yeah.
It's not even technically a great unclean one. He's just a really, really, really fat Nurgling.
Yeah.
That, due to the disease he has, is basically all but a greater unclean one.
Mm-hmm.
So for all intents and purposes, he's a greater unclean one.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
And he's fun because I love his story. He's like one of the few Nurgle pieces that I really enjoy. Because his whole thing is that he likes sitting in his secret lab underneath Papa Nurgle's house that Papa Nurgle gave him and making his own diseases because he actually feels bad that he took away Nurgle's greatest pox.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been working, taking the Nurglings out of his own gut because they keep forming inside him with tiny pieces of that disease that Nurgle made.
Yeah.
And he's been trying to recreate that disease by going collecting all the diseases from around the galaxy to try and make the same disease again. And all the other greater unclean ones hate his guts.
Yeah.
Because they're like, you're doing something that should not be done. Papa Nurgle is the only one that should be being the creator. You should just be the spreader. And they've occasionally tried to kill him. But he's always the one that comes out the upper hand because his knowledge of disease is only next to Nurgle.
Mm-hmm. I guess it's also a good like it's a good way to go into also one of the things that makes them be a little low for me. Just the fact that, you know, fucking Nurgle is the enemy of everyone.
Well, I mean, there is quite a few other factions that get a decent amount of chaos groups. It's just they're not. Again, yeah, Nurgle does have the jerk off of chaos demons.
Mm-hmm.
But like, God, Ferrious Fate Weaver, I love his story too. So Tzeentch has this well of of prophecies in his place, but he doesn't know what's at the bottom of it. He wants to know everything.
Mm-hmm.
So he takes his strongest Fate Weaver and he just chucks him in, and he's gone for days. Until eventually he climbs back out, and he's got two heads. One that can see the future, one that can see the past.
Yeah,
but they cannot see what's happening currently.
Yeah.
And Tzeentch just loves this, because while he does have great premonition, he cannot just directly see the future.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't just directly know everything of the past. So it's just like, I love that shit.
Yeah. That's neat. I can't say I don't think some of the stories of specific demons are neat. I don't know. I think like a lot of the like factions that are made to be that are like usually placed as very much the enemy to be taken down, like immediately will be a little bit lower for me. Just because they don't have, like, it feels like you're always supposed to be rooting against them, you know? That kind of shit.
I mean, I get the other problem that you're seeing, too, that from what I'm understanding, is that you seem to like the factions that even, like, the littler guy can have their own story.
Yeah.
And, like, for Genestealer cults, of course, you're not going to really have a little guy have their own story. You might have the leader of the Genestealer cults have a story, but not them. But then Chaos Demons, the demons are not going to have their own story. Only the one big demon.
Yeah. In a way, every single Genestealer cult is the little guy. You know, that's a whole other thing. But yeah, I guess that's true. I guess I'm more of, like, I like when every part, like, a balanced faction, really. Like, I like that the Primarchs can have stories in Space Marines, but I also like that, you know, you can just follow a Space Marine entering, like, a chapter or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Alright. I think that's all for Chaos Demons.
Yeah. Which one did you put on the start of your top 5?
I think you have to show it first.
Oh yeah, I got it. Oh shit.
It's your stream.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're streaming next.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was almost gonna say bad things on stream about Nurgle.
I'll say it.
Yeah. Yeah. The N word, Nurgle.
I'm gonna say the Nurgling with the hard G.
All right. Number 5 I have.
Or should I just say Nurglin?
Number 5 I have the Imperial Guard.
Ah, okay.
I mean, you're gonna be. It's like 5 almost does it an injustice, you know?
I think 5 does do an injustice.
It kind of does. But at the same
I feel
time,
like if anyone has good stories in all of Warhammer, it's the Imperial Guard.
it's the Imperial Guard, definitely. Now,
Like
definitely.
Cadia itself is its own amazing story.
Oh yeah.
And that's all Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
With
Well,
with a small slathering of Necron on top.
Necron. I mean, there's just about everyone, except like Tau and Tyrannid in there. But like, there's like a.
It is mainly Guard.
It's mainly Guard. Yeah, it's a Guard story. I mean, it's fucking Cadia. But yeah, I mean, here's why. Number 5. It's because even though I really love the Guard, I just like all the other ones. I just find the other ones neater. It's going to end up being really petty like that.
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, I really like them. I like everything about the Guard. I have nearly 0 complaints. I really can't think of one. I find all the regiments really, like, of all the, like, factions that have sub-factions, they're the, like, best ones because their sub-factions are actually different. Like, they're actually, like, their own selves with their own stuff.
And then, of course, you got the, like, under Imperial Guard, you got the Chaos Imperial Guard, too.
Oh, yeah.
Which have their own unique factions as well.
Yeah.
They're all good. But for my 5, I put Sisters of Battle.
Oh, yeah, we started just talking about the fucking Imperial Guard.
It's fine. We're getting to the point where, like, we have the same top 5. Yeah. The only one that you have different is the Harlequins.
Yeah. Where's the... Okay, so... Yeah, well, there it is, by the way. I put the Sister Battle in 4th. I guess I just want to... If I already showed it, I'm not going to take it off now. But yeah, it's pretty much...
Okay, well then I'll say my next as well. My next is Orcs.
Okay, well... No,
Horror's Orcs, right?
That's another contentious one. No, it's not. It really isn't.
No, because your Orcs are going to be number 3.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Are you sure about that?
Sure.
Okay. Sisters of Battles are neat. I like the Sisters.
Well, yeah.
Let's talk about Sisters of Battle. I mean...
I really like their aesthetic, the overly angelic, like, battle nuns.
Yes. I think of all the 40k people, it's really tough, but I'm thinking, like, the more I think about it, I fucking adore the shit from the Sisters of Battle. I love how they look. I love their,
giant tank that has an organ on the back.
Fucking organ. It's so over the top.
An organ that shoots mortar shots.
And yes, and it's the fucking... Dude, they're like just nuns. It's awesome. Yeah. It's legitimately awesome.
It's like, everyone... I see so many... Well, not so many, but I see a decent amount of complaints online about, like, why are there no female Space Marines? Yeah. This is better than female Space Marines.
Exactly. Like, honestly, I really don't understand that argument.
Because these are, like, almost unaugmented, like, women that are just, they're taking the power of God and they're saying, we're gonna go kick people's asses for God.
It's like fucking, like, it's actively saying, oh, the men need to augment themselves to be better, while the women are, like, just fucking good on their own. And I mean,
and they've done so much with in the new sets to make, like, just crazy shit that just looks so good. Awesome. I love their, like, big mechs with this whole, like, angelic, like, godly design.
Yeah,
it's Hang on, let me look up Sisters of Battle real quick. Because I wanted to see the new lady that they just released a while back.
Just the fact, also, by the way, they have fucking demons in there. Oh, by the way...
the little cherubim demons?
No. I mean, the cherubs are not demons. The cherubs
are they just... not forgetting?
No, they're babies. They're just fucking...
Oh, right.
They're just fucking babies.
All right, yeah, I forgot about that part.
I mean, it's awesome. But they have actual demons because fucking... what's her name? The angel lady. Saint Celestine. Saint Celestine is a fucking demon of the Emperor. I mean,
I forget Saint Celestine. Who is she again? Oh, right, the one that in the game, the other big lord thing.
Yeah, it's the big angel. She has like dark hair.
I guess she's like the first real demon of Order.
I mean, technically, if you count, I mean, some people always say, "Oh, the Legion of the Damned" and shit like that, but she's definitely like, if anyone is a greater demon of the Emperor, it's her. You know.
Yeah, I sent you. Her name is Morven Val, and she is one of the leaders of Terra, which means she's basically like just under the Emperor. Yeah. One of the people that is just under the Emperor, and she's like, "Yeah, fuck this. I'm gonna put on a battle suit and go kick demon ass myself."
Isn't she the one? Oh, great at WebP file. Awesome.
What? I didn't send you a WebP file. I sent you a.
I know.
The actual picture of her.
Yeah, I wanted to put the picture.
I hate WebP. Why are they doing WebP nowadays?
I'm gonna fucking kill whoever did that shit. But the fucking, I heard. Is she the one where they were trying to like push her to like be like a pawn, and then she was like, yeah, okay, I'll be one of the higher lords of Terra, and then she was just fucking ripped ass, and she was like,
yeah, and she's like, they push her to be a higher lord of Terra, and she's like, okay, I will, and then she immediately just goes back to her battle suit and goes back to war. It's like, I'm a higher lord of Terra, I'm gonna go fight. Goodbye.
Yeah. I can do whatever I want now. See ya. Yeah, here she is. It's fucking awesome. I love the Sister of Battle. Like, listen, I'm gonna be honest here, Chief. Not trying to say anything, but being a woman, it's a big debuff on my enjoyment. Right? I mean, anyway, but it's like, but they are so fucking cool. They are so fucking cool.
Honestly, don't forget their fucking penitent engines. I forgot about that.
I mean, the penitent engines.
They have mechs where they just like they take someone who's been like done something with chaos and they put them in a torture machine that is run off their like blood and life energy to go fight.
Yeah, and you can't just shoot the lady in the front because like it's fucking holy shit happening. Where you literally cannot shoot her, so you can't just kill her.
No, it's not her. It's just like random guys they pull off the street that are like worshiping chaos.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's just like, and they're just like they're being tortured, and it's hopes that they're being shot.
Yeah. Again, it might be why I kind of like the Black Templars because they kind of vibe with the Sister of Battle. I fucking love that shit though. I honestly love the whole like religious angle of the fucking Imperium. Like I know it's not what the Emperor wanted. The Emperor can suck me off. Logar was right.
If he wants to come back and say something, he can come back and say something.
Okay, fucking, normal people don't stay alive as a corpse in a chair. All right, they fucking die. They die and then they're gone. And guess what? They also don't fucking reincarnate through their sons and like talk to another god. Nor do they have fucking demons going around. Like, I'm sorry, mate. You're a god now. I'm sorry. This is just how it works. Deal with it.
Just the way it is.
Yeah, deal with it. Get fucking depressed, Gilliman. You fucking big smurf. Now, I just love it. It's like their whole aesthetic. It just fucking kills everything. It's so fucking cool. So Ferrious, my lights just blinked, by the way. So if the stream dies,
stream's still going online.
It'll be a little secret box of like what our favorite. No one will be able to tell which are our favorites.
We'll just have to go and like play Dawn of War sometime, and we'll have to only use our favorites.
Oh no! The stream is dying.
No, hang on. No, it has to be legitimate time. You'll be checking every Brazilian source for like power outages.
Oh no, the streams. No. Anyway,
you just say you want to play Dawn of War, X.
Someday, we'll play. Yeah, fucking love Sister Battle. They're awesome. Which one did you say was the next one? Oh, Orcs.
Yeah,
Orcs. Do you have anything else to say?
No,
I mean,
Sister Battle
I
pretty,
mean,
pretty good.
I guess the other thing would be like if you like
I
any
mean,
of
we
the
can show that
orders.
trailer of Sisters of Battle.
Nah, nah.
Okay.
But like the fucking like what the fuck? Where are the orcs? Oh, there they are. Oh, there they are. Fucking love these guys. Well, I already revealed mine, so you don't have to put them. But
Yeah, this the
they're
orcs.
lovely.
Yeah,
They're
they're
lovely.
fun. They got
Yeah,
fun stuff going on. I just wish that they had more
I
good
mean,
like leaders that were interesting.
yes, we were talking about it. I mean, I like Gaskell enough, but it's like you
Yeah.
almost feel like he wore
I do
down his
love the orc
welcome.
that legitimately found himself coming back from the past and killed
Yeah,
himself to take so he could have a second of his gun.
yeah. He went to the past just to get his two of his guns, and they're fun
Mhm.
orc characters for sure. But I feel
Yeah.
like the orcs need a goal. Like everyone else has a
They just don't have
goal.
a goal. It's just like they're too smart to just not have a goal like the Tyranids,
Yeah.
but they're also too dumb to really have a good goal like the Empire. They just need something though.
It felt like what they were doing before was the whole Armageddon stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like the War for Armageddon. The War for Armageddon 1, the War for Armageddon 2, War for Armageddon... Like, they're just fucking going at it against
Yeah,
the Arabs.
it's just like fucking the leader of the Chaos Marines, like his whole we have to do a Dark Crusade. Okay, we have to do another Dark Crusade.
do another
Okay, we
one.
still haven't won. We need another Dark Crusade.
Alright, Abaddon, chill out. Fucking...
No, we have to take Cadia.
At some point, like the Chaos Gods should have just gone, you're fired. Fucking fired, bro. You fucking suck. 13 of these motherfuckers for you to win? You suck. And when you win, you fucking, like, waste one of our biggest resources ever? You fucking suck, bro.
It's the same problem they had in fantasy. Because if you didn't know, when they have their big tournaments, it sort of decides how the lore is supposed to go.
Oh.
So you'll be like, okay, this is the end times. We'll have a big battles. People can play send their chaos armies, and people can send their good guy armies, and we'll see who wins, and it'll decide the lore. And they'll just most of the time the good guys win because people want the good guys to win.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, oh yeah, they won, but did they really? Because this one guy is Skaven over here won.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, so it's like, it fucks up just for that one guy. That one guy that fucking typed in chat, but what about the Skavens? And
Well, yeah, Skaven. That's what I'm talking about, Skaven.
yeah. Well, Skaven is the #1 faction in this tier.
I do like, however, that the orcs, their new faction, is all like the beast catchers. But honestly, the beast catchers just seem like something that's supposed to be in fantasy more. So it doesn't feel like a good 40k thing because like just having them ride around on like giant squigs that are the size of T-Rexes feels like it's a fantasy thing.
Yes, I mean I would definitely enjoy more like. I enjoy it, but it's more like one of those things where you gotta kind of add a level of like, where's the crazy space shit to it, you know? Where's like the dangerous shit that we love from these lads? There's definitely, I mean, we were talking before about fun units. There's so many funny looking fucking units for the orcs. They're fucking buggy. I was so close, Ferrious. I kid you not. I was so close to buying that fucking buggy just so I could have it because it was like it looks so neat. Here's the no. Here's the issue though. I looked into the price of painting shit, and I was like, I don't know.
Max, if you give me money, I'll buy it and paint it for you, and then ship it to you.
No, I don't want that. I wanted to paint it, you know? That's the issue.
Oh, okay, but here's the thing. You don't have to use Games Workshop paints. It's easier, yes. But there's a ton of other paints that are dirt cheap.
I know, but it's like, I wanna do the thing right, you know? I wanna have the experience. And for that, I need a little bit, I need to make sure I have the money for it. I'm gonna do a subathon of me just playing fucking Warhammer.
No, sorry. I need subathon to increase my army size from the already stuff I have not built or painted yet, and I have $1,000 worth of stuff I have not built or painted yet.
Yeah. It's gonna be like fucking choose. You have to choose. You either give money to Ferrious or you give money to Axe.
We're both buying Necrons.
Yeah, they're both gonna spend their money in the same place.
On the same thing.
Yeah. But
and then we fight the armies that we're able to buy with the people's subathon money.
Yeah, and it's gonna be over.
This sounds like a good idea now.
And it's gonna be over fucking tabletop simulator anyway. It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. I'm like, okay, fellas, you all fucking gave us money. We're gonna fucking play on tabletop simulator and fucking beat it with the money.
It's really funny.
It's just gonna bucket it.
Okay, hang on. No one in chat tell anyone this is gonna happen.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is Evil Schemes 1 like I think we finally found an evil scheme.
Finally, the evil scheme we can do.
Yeah.
We finally got the evil scheme. We trick everyone into giving us money, saying we're gonna fight Warhammer, and then we just keep money and play on tabletop simulator.
I would like to really clip this, but at this point I'm like, do I clip it or do I surprise people? I'm fucking crying. But yes, orcs. I mean, honestly, I think one of the armies that I really would like to paint would be for orcs, though.
Like, orcs are relatively easy to paint, so it's a good thing because they are bulky.
Yeah.
And bulky are much easier to paint than things like like Tyranids with a lot of sharp edges and things hidden underneath.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess the big problem with them is they have a lot of small details compared to a lot of stuff.
And they have it's a fucking huge army. You'd have to buy a lot of shit.
Yeah, you need a
lot. And
also
the obvious problem. Ferrious, I'm in the middle of Brazil. There's no one here for me to play this with. I'm gonna be like bashing a bunch of figurines with myself. It would legitimately be, oh, I'm doing all this just so eventually.
Hang on, you buy 2 armies worth, and then you live stream your table, and I'll control one of the armies.
I see. Or I groom someone into playing it with me.
No, that's the better option. Ed, go buy Warhammer.
But it would be, I don't know. It's definitely one of the armies that I want to buy and do. And also,
well, I mean, that's sort of also the good thing is that there are plenty of online resources to play the game on, like Tabletop Simulator.
Exactly.
So then now you don't have to build an army.
Yes.
Because like a lot of the armies are just, you buy a ton of just the base unit. Like my Necron army, I have to just buy like 40 Necron warriors. Relatively cheap compared to a lot of places because they come in the starter packs of like the entire thing. So it's pretty cheap because they want to get you hooked. Yeah. But at the same time, like, I would like to have some weirder stuff. Like the Doom Scythe, you're probably never going to use it because they're not very good in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I have them just because I like it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like I would definitely enjoy to eventually have something. But yeah, anyway. Orcs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're fucking great. And I've spoken to you about this before. I definitely feel like the orcs definitely could help. Like, sure, like, unlike the the Tyranids, where it's like, it's fun that the Tyranids are just fucking bugs. The orcs are legitimately fun characters. So giving them more character would actually help rather than be like a hindrance. You know? Yeah. It's like shit like the War of the Beast is fucking interesting because it's like, wait, what the fuck was going on there? Like was it really a cork or something like that? I don't know. It's I feel like that's fascinating, and I feel like
they just need more stuff that to they're the funny joke thing right now. They're basically Tyranids but with character, like you were saying.
Yeah, yeah.
With actual characters, a force of destruction, as they're called in Age of Sigmar.
Mm-hmm.
They just need a bit more.
Yeah. It's like, I definitely think they need, they feel like they should get more of, like, I don't know, just something to, like, give them a goal and make them seem important again in the lore. Because
Yeah.
right now it feels like they're very much not doing anything.
They've
It's
been
not even,
sidelined by the Tyranids.
yeah, it's not even like, I mean, you can even tell that kind of happened with like Space Marine and shit like that. Right? It's like
Mm-hmm.
you can see where the Tyranids like became just part of the.
I still have to stream the original Space Marine. I bought it and I want to play it, but I keep forgetting to play it.
Should do it. That
I
that
should, yeah.
that game looks so fucking fun.
Yeah.
It's
I'm going to when I'm back from my vacation next week. That'll be the first game I play.
okay. It's on the schedule, folks. You heard it here first.
Yeah, it's on the schedule. I'm lying to you, but it's on the schedule.
Yeah. And also give us money for our subathon. We're gonna definitely raise an army. It's gonna be real funny.
Yeah, and if you give us $1,000 each, one of us will fly the other one to play it in real life.
Yeah, sure.
And by that I will send Axe a cardboard cutout of myself to pretend I'm there.
Right. Meanwhile, I would actually go to his house, and
What?
like I am right now. Ferrious,
What?
check this out. Look, I'm gonna bang on the wall.
That's unrelated. There's always people banging on my wall.
You saw that? You heard that?
No,
Oh shit! Wrong house.
there's someone banging on my basement though.
Wait, maybe I'm in the base. Maybe I'm in the basement wall. Hold on, I think I misplaced myself. Anyway, but
What work does to a motherfucker?
I blame the orcs. The orcs are too silly. What am I supposed to even say? I mean,
Have you ever seen the Orc Air Force comic?
the Orc Air Force comic?
You haven't. You're gonna love this. Hang on. Give me a second.
I don't think I
Yeah,
have.
you're gonna want to read this after stream because this is great. It gives a lot of orc character and it's so funny.
Mm-hmm. The one orc, I was thought. I mean, I got now the Infinite and Divine, right? And I was like,
Yep.
okay, what do I read after this? And I was really considering doing eventually like the next one being an orc book, but I'm not really sure which one I should go for next. I know there are some good ones.
Death Squadron. That's it. I forgot it.
Death Squadron.
Death Squadron.
Death. Okay. What a great name.
Yeah, I'll send you the link because I know this is all online.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, the orcs are fun. Like, even though we want more for them, we want more for them because we love them. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I might surprise you a little bit, but my third one, Ferrious,
But not be Necrons.
are actually the Harlequins.
Good. Then I know what number one is.
I already explained myself on that one.
Yeah.
I just like them.
Yeah.
One.
My third is Adeptus.
By the way, I figured. By the way, I would never, ever, even attempt, unless I'm like crazy rich, I am never attempting to do a Harlequin army. It's like,
absolutely not.
that's like you kill myself. Like fucking drive a stake through my fucking eye. Might as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like just the thought of like having to paint those like the stripes and shit, like the checker box. Awful. I do not want to do that. And I'm imagining that they're not cheap because they're very old models.
They are, and you have to use a lot of what's it called? A lot of very specific models to have any sort of a good army.
Yeah. Imagine. And I don't want to do an Eldar army and just place them in there because I guess maybe the Dark Eldar. But no.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. I'm just gonna play Dawn of War Unification mod.
You really shouldn't.
That's my last one, by the way.
What?
That's
Oh
my
yeah.
that's my last call.
Last call.
You can't morb and I can't chill. How sad.
Okay, what if we get one more each?
No, I don't need it. I'm good.
I think you do. Do you want it?
I'm good. Okay. Only if your morb is really good, though.
It's not gonna be. It's a morb.
It's a morb. I know, exactly. Exactly.
And I'm gonna.
So, Adeptus Mechanicus, right?
Yep.
So, I fucking love these guys. By the way, let me mention this. Them being number 6, it's still like, I fucking love them. Like, they're just so fun. They're so cool looking. They're so fucking, they have so much shit. They're fucking nerds. I guess the only stuff with them that I kind of don't enjoy is some of their, like, older lore, basically. Like, honestly, I'm not too much of a fan of what's going on in, like, pre-40k with them, or, like, stuff like that.
Wait, say that again I missed the first, did you say orcs, or did you say Adeptus?
Adeptus Mechanicus.
Okay, I heard orcs for some reason. I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry, I was looking for that one comic for you.
Yeah,
Death
thank
Scholar.
you.
It's there now, but
Thank you.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I still love them though. They're really cool, and they're very fun. I do think though, if they are also one of the ones that I would not build an army for Adeptus Mechanicus.
They're very difficult to build an army for, just because they were sort of like my second choice behind Necrons to build an army of.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they have so many very, very small details, and it's just such a pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah.
And I really just don't care to do it.
Yeah.
But I like their lore. I like their current lore. I like the whole thing that, like, the Emperor of Mankind realized it was going to be too difficult to actually fight them just because of how good they are.
Yeah,
without even Space Marines, they just are that technologically advanced. They're like, okay, you can keep worshipping your god. You can keep doing your quote-unquote heresy.
Yeah.
But you have to still work with me. And he's like, okay, but we're going to worship you as the machine spirit as it is. He's like, okay, whatever.
Alright, whatever. Yeah.
And they're now, like, the best force, like, one of the best prepared forces in the universe for anything.
Yeah. And I mean, they definitely have fun characters. Like, and whenever I see like a Adeptus Mechanicus character showing up anywhere, it's like, oh, here we go. This boy's gonna he's gonna say some random shit. He's gonna like stalk like a real robot fella. It's gonna be real fun.
He's gonna threaten to take someone's skull and turn it into a servitor.
Yeah, fun. And
that was one thing I didn't like, is what happened after Cadia with the Mechanicus.
Really?
A bunch of refugees from Cadia go to a Mechanicus world, and they're like, okay, a lot of you have to submit to being servitors, or else we're not letting you in.
Yeah.
And we'll just actually shoot you down. It's just like, what the fuck? Come on.
Yeah, a little fucked up, but you know, 40k could get a little bit fucked up with so many of these guys. It's like,
whatever. They're fun besides that.
Yeah. I mean,
so
I kind of like to see them as like orcs that take themselves serious. You think about it, because they're like the orcs have their whole shit of like spiel of imagination and shit like that, right? But the Mechanicus are just fucking, they
just build whatever they want.
Yeah.
As soon as they think of it.
And my god, the fucking, I remember laughing so fucking hard when someone told me about the story of like the one guy that built the fucking that managed to like do one of the walker units, and then the guy died, and then they didn't know how to fix it, so they just fucking put it in a treadmill because they are too afraid to turn it off. So fucking good. It's like
Yeah.
oh, that's so specific. It's such a joke, honestly, but it's perfect because of that.
God.
The mechanics is really good, and I really
They're
like.
fun. They got good designs too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, if you just look at me, just look at me.
Oh yeah. You're not even in your just fucking. Honestly,
Even my normal form, I'm
yeah.
almost there.
Even like, it's funny because like when Goober was fucking drawing these, I think he had trouble with everyone, but yours was like the first one he made because he was like, yeah, I know how to do this one.
Yeah, but yeah, clearly. I mean, you just
I
put
know
the crab
exactly.
backpack on,
Yeah,
crab claw servitor.
I know exactly what I'm doing with this one.
I already have the eye and everything.
Yeah.
Don't even have to change the face at all.
Yeah, the colors are perfect. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's a really okay. You didn't get a morb, so I'm not gonna say it. But I find it really hard to paint the Adeptus Mechanicus in any color that's not the Forge of Mars, because it's like so iconic. The like the red, it's
The
so
red,
fucking
yeah.
cool. But
I mean, that's
think
the problem I have with a lot of the
Black
painting of figures is that like a lot of them are like, okay, you can be as crazy and weird as you want. I'm like, but the Necrons look good in bronze.
Yeah, Necrons look fine right now. I mean, okay, I will say though, kind of don't like bronze Necrons. I like the black ones. I like the black or
It's
the gray
better.
ones.
It's better in person because there's different shades of bronze.
Oh, fair enough.
So you can sort of have a darker, almost redder bronze. And I like that.
Fair enough on that, yeah. But I like.
No, and all the images, they're all just sort of like bronze.
Yeah. It's a little bit hard to tell when you're just looking at an image.
Yeah.
Or like in game or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like I would be really boring with painting a lot of my shit because I would paint so much shit just black because I think it looks cool. Like that's it. Like fucking in non-specific game, the Ferrious, I think you got an insult in chat, by the way.
Sure, and Ferris viewer, this is what we're like. Yeah, and I take their brains. I take their brains out so they watch the content without question.
That's part of the lobotomy, buddy.
Yes, this is why I can do all my like stupid, awful content without question. You have no brain.
It's kind of part of it. By the way, speaking of awful content, sign up for the subathon. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, like they're cool. Their Adeptus Mechanicus. It's so silly.
It's really just as simple as that. They're simple and they're cool.
Yeah.
They're just like crazy guys that worship technology.
And I think they're the perfect balance for the most part of like,
And scooped up with the animatronic sex robot. We were talking about that yesterday with Lord Stream of Five Nights at Freddy's.
That's Five Nights at Freddy's.
That's yesterday. This isn't Five Nights at Freddy's.
I got mocked by that stream, but you know what? This stream it will never live up to that one. But you know what? We're having fun. But I mean, the Adeptus Mechanicus can definitely be a little bit too much in the grimdark in some areas. I mean, yeah, it can be pretty bad, but like for the most part, I think they're like almost a perfect like level of it, where it's like fucked up, but it looks cool. And it's like, it's not birthing adult men out of like a woman's vagina. Yet. If they figured it out, they would have done it. Are they adept at mechanics? Yes, actually. Also, Belisario's call is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Call?
I like it. I like his counter. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Call, did you make an AI? This like little replica of yourself is a little bit of an AI. No, nah. No, bro, it's okay. It's fine. It's just a little me. What are you talking about, Gilliman? It's just a
It's the
little
same
me.
reason why I like Bile and who's the counter is
Yeah, yeah,
called, where he just trades Zareen. Hey, I have this complete copy of your Primarch.
yeah. I have
You
a
want it?
cop.
I just want some of your genes.
Hey, Tristan, I have a fucking copy of Fulgrim. You mind handing me over some jeans in? Ah, hell yeah, bro. I love that shit, by the way. That's why I love these, like, fucking weird characters in 40k that could just talk to each other. It's so fun. It's like they're...
It's just like it's just like, oh, I'm this Dark Mechanicus guy. Hey, you wanna just trade me this guy for a bunch of
I
like guy
got
making fluid?
I got a rare Charizard. You mind handing me over a fucking...
Well, that's why Zareen's so good.
Yeah,
He's just there for fun.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's... I honestly like when 40k is not serious the most, personally. Like, for all, like, cool stuff that waging war can be, when it's just too... When it's describing... when it's just describing two old Necrons fighting as these would be just two nerds in their old bodies. But because they're big and bulky now, it's kind of scary looking. Like, it's just fun. It's something that's always going to stick to me, you know? Whereas, you know, 1,000 people died in the battle of drop dead shit. Oh, that's a shame. I really like the stream layout. Thank you. It took the entire day.
It's very good. I like to imagine that Serene just the one reading that newspaper, like thousand million people die in horrible chaos tragedy. Huh.
I wonder what's left.
And then he flips the page to the sports section.
Yeah. I wonder what's left. I wonder if there's anything in there. Anything good in there.
Yeah. I just started that book, the Infinite Divine. I really
so
like
good.
it's first off, it's really odd to me with the that one elf subsection that has all the dinosaurs on it, because
Yeah.
they're just the names of the dinosaurs from the dinosaur faction in fantasy.
Oh, really?
So I'm just like, the Carnosaur, that's from fantasy.
Yeah. I think that's the idea of it, though. I mean...
Well, they share elements.
Yeah. But
But it's just like I really wish I could take that skull. I wish I could take the entire temple, but
yeah.
I'll just have to take this one rock.
That was so fucking funny. Man, I really wish I could take this whole fucking thing.
Or when he gets bitten in half by the Carnosaur, and he's just like,
Damn.
the blood gets in his eyes, and he's like really annoyed because he's automatically analyzing what's in the blood and the DNA and stuff. He's like, all right, mark that one, read for later.
Yeah, read for later. Fucking hell, dude. I fucking love that. But okay, we're getting a little bit too Necron here.
We're already at spot one.
Yeah, well...
Okay, so here's the thing. We know what's going to be in spot one if we do two, so let's just put both of them at the same time.
No. Let's do 2 first.
We know what's going to be in one. Anyways, mine is Militarium.
Yeah, it's the only one left. It's the only one left not being stupid. Okay. But
And I'm assuming yours is Orcs.
yes, it is the Orcs. I will say though, let me talk a little bit about the Imperial Guard.
Okay.
I feel like I was really sad that I only left it at 5. And I was like, I really wish I could give them more credit, because it's like they're so fucking cool. Imagine, like, all this fucking shit going down in the 40k universe, and it's not like the Space Marines or anything like that are honestly like the biggest force, or like the ones that are defending everything. It's the fucking little guys that are just motherfuckers. Like,
They're there as the bullet shield, waiting for something good to happen.
yeah, like, holy shit, dude.
Like, imagine you're this guy at like 10 years old. You're kidnapped from your family, told you're working in the military now.
Yeah.
You're given a gun. You're taught basics how to use it. You are now on the front line, and your choice of battle is evil death robot from the past, giant green men who only want to battle, or giant space bug who will eat you. Or demonic monsters from another realm specifically designed to be the scariest thing possible to you.
And the answer is going to be all of the above.
The only thing you get to like fight them is your shitty little gun and roughly a handful of crack to be high while you're doing it.
Yeah, your fucking little flashlight compared to weapon that can dematerialize you.
Yeah.
Like,
A
holy
weapon that
shit.
literally splits you at the atom level.
Yeah, cool. Let's do that. You
And if
know
you run
what?
away,
Yeah.
we're going to shoot you in the head.
I will say, honestly, I see. I would actually, it would be really shitty, but it's kind of sounds almost fun. You know, I will
Well, the
almost
thing
be
is,
down for it.
the standard Imperial Guard, most planets don't have a huge like war problem at all times.
No, they don't.
Like, and even if they do, we're talking on a 10,000-year scale. You have maybe a 50-year life expectancy on these planets.
Yeah.
You're probably going to be dead before the Chaos Crusade shows up, before the Tyranids arrive, before all this shit happens.
You can be unlucky and get it anyway.
Yeah.
But most likely.
But if you got, like, the Ultramarines, there's a good chance you get plot armor.
Yeah. There's a good chance. Better yet, send in, like, the Lamenters or some shit, and you're gonna be fine. They're like, for sure.
They'll lose for you.
Yeah. Or, you could also be unlucky, and it'd be like, everyone dies, and the Lamenters are gonna be real upset about it. But, it's a 50-50. Take your
But I mean, it's just like you're just hanging out with your bros and then the military. Like you go have lunch with the Ogiran, like feeds you your nice lunch. You just hang out.
All right, but I have to ask you,
Upstairs.
what are some of your favorite regiments of the Imperial Guard?
A very specific one, but I really like Geist's Ghosts, I think his name is.
Geist Coast, yeah.
They're very good. I like the Cadian forces.
Of course, yeah.
No, because Cadia is like one of the best stories in the Warhammer universe.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Those are my two main ones.
I mean, really generic here, but besides Scadians, because they're the generic ones. I mean, I really can't go against the Death Corp Krieg.
Oh yeah, of course, Krieg. How did I even forget Krieg?
Yeah,
I love Krieg.
Krieg is so fucking cool. Like,
I also love the Catachans as well.
Catachans, yeah. I mean, there are a couple.
But yeah, Krieg, great.
Catachans are a little bit of a meme, but
well, I mean, they are. They're just Rambo.
Yeah, but Krieg is fucking Jesus Christ. It's so cool.
Their story is so good.
Yeah.
So, for those that do not know, Krieg, if I'm able to explain this for a moment, because I love the story, I'll do it very simplistic. Krieg was found by the Imperium, had very heavy sanctions to draw a lot of people from their forces to go be in the Imperial Guard for the Imperium. They sort of fought back against that and rebelled and said, no, we're not doing that. Well, the governor of Krieg was like, no, I'm loyal to the Emperor. So what does he do? He goes to the space station above Krieg and just nuclearly bombards the shit out of the planet. He goes, you're not going to betray the Emperor, or I'm going to murder literally all of you. And after roughly 10 years, I think they give up, and he just keeps doing it for another 10. And eventually he goes back down, and they're all living underground. And it's just like, okay, we get surrender. And to make it up to the Emperor, we will send more military from this one broken planet than, like, half of all the other planets do total.
Yeah. They're fucking mind broken.
They're mind broken. They all wear masks, like gas masks. Yeah. You'll never see their face. And there's this prevailing theory among the Imperium that they're legitimately just cloning people to have more soldiers for the Imperium. And they are so willing to die for the cause that if they're sieging something, the Imperium will just send in Krieg soldiers in waves to determine how hard it would be to get to certain areas. They're just like, how far did the bodies of the Krieg soldiers get this time?
Yeah.
And it's just like they do it without question. They're the most loyal people you will ever find.
And let's add on to that. Even though they're the most badass motherfuckers. I mean, you've seen that one cinematic recently of like the Krieg getting up and
Oh
fucking
yes,
getting the
with the
towel.
orcs.
Yeah, no, the
Oh,
one with the
sorry, the other
towel.
one.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
one with the towel. And just hitting the fucking towel with a fucking shovel.
Mm-hmm.
The great meme. But there's also the fact that most of these motherfuckers are probably like 14.
Yeah, they're all
They're
super young.
they're like baby, like
They're
holy
given
shit.
steroids.
Yeah, they're like they have to because the motherfuckers have to. I mean, Space Marines are also like teenagers and shit, but like they're teenagers that have been training, you know. So like most Space Marines train for a while, so they probably like, by the time they're ready to battle, at best they're like at worst they're like 16 or something. That by that point it's fine, but the
Well,
fucking
quote unquote,
Krieg,
fine.
yeah, nothing's fine, but the Krieg are just fucking battling because fucking little babies. They're gonna fucking. They just wanna this much. They're this fucking loyal to the emperor, and they just fucking
Mm-hmm.
hate everyone else. It's great. Honestly, it's great, and Krieg is just fucking amazing. Honestly, Krieg already helps the Imperial Guard a lot for me, and I
Mm-hmm.
mean it's basically like the extreme of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean a perfect Imperium book for me would be like a holdout by the Krieg, the Sister Battle, and the Black Templars against
Mm-hmm.
like some fucked up force. But it'd be interesting. Throw in, and you know what? Throw in like a fucking Xeno in there in the middle, and they can't kill it for some reason. And just
Mm-hmm.
to be annoying. You know what? Here's my fan fiction. You know, it's a Black Templar, Sister Battle, a Kriegsman, and
And a Necron.
and
Go to a
no no no
bar.
no, and a Tal. But the problem is, even though they really want to kill the Tal, there is an Aquilian shield custody protecting the Tal because that one Tal is gonna shoot like a chaos guy in the head and like save the Emperor, and they can't fucking kill. They can't kill the Tau because the Adeptus Custodi is gonna like immediately try to murder them, but they still try it, and it's like some Tom and Jerry shit.
And that's when Zareen walks in.
That's right. Yeah. And then he's like, "Oh, this seems like a fine collection. All these
But you
action
see, he
figures."
wants the fancy gun that the
Yeah, the
the what
Tau
you
is
call it,
gonna
the Tau
shoot.
has that's going to
Yeah,
kill the Chaos guy with.
yeah. It's perfect. It's like a fucking comedy book. Everyone wants to fucking get this guy.
It's
Anyway,
like it's like the pick. Okay, there's 6 people. Pick one of them. The rest are gonna try and kill you. Who do you pick?
yeah. Exactly. Everyone wants to kill this guy. And there's like a fucking single Harlequin going after them because they're going. They have like a book from the Black Library.
And after the entire events, after all of this, they look in the sky, Tyranids.
And then roll credits. Just another day on the job. And then fucking Smash Mouth starts playing. Oh, also, by the way, the book, Everyman wants it, so the Thousand Sons are going after them too. So there you go. It's the
See, at
perfect.
the same time, they hired a single Imperial Knight.
And you know what? The orcs are just really interested on what everyone is up to. The orcs are like,
What
what's
they crumping over there?
what's going on? What's happening? And they're like orc pirates. They just fucking want to fuck around. But they
This is
eventually they.
stupid.
Oh, it's stupid as hell, but it's lovely. I love that shit.
Hey, we
Okay.
have one spot left.
I wonder who it is.
Necrons.
Right. No.
I'm not going to keep a suspension of disbelief much longer. It's Necrons.
Why are you doing this? Come on. Do a little bit of suspension, you know?
No. I think we've known this since the beginning, X. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, come on. You know, it's a little funny. It's a little funny. Come on.
Okay, it's Gene Seal cult. Gotcha.
Gotcha. It's actually it's actually the Skaven. Yes, yes.
Yes, they went. Well, I mean, really, the Necrons are sort of just the Skaven of this universe.
Really?
Super advanced technology, destroy everything, dickheads to each other, bunch of clans.
Go on.
Really unmatched in number and like strength.
Mm-hmm.
But fight each other too much to actually win.
And they hate each other, yeah.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Rat-sized.
They're ad-sized. Alright. If you would, please, could you put on this mask for me? Thank you. Put this on for me. Thanks. Alright, let me put it on for you.
What are you doing?
There we go. And
What are you doing?
And now let me put this
The biotransference process! Oh god! They told me that change my form would be great!
Let me just, yeah, I'm the Chad. Look at this.
I literally can turn back time just to be petty towards you.
Well, fuck you.
Well, I can literally stop time, go backwards, and I've invented time travel just to be a dick to you.
Yeah, well, you know what? You don't have a fucking rare Charizard in your collection. I don't think so.
I can just freeze time and go steal yours.
That'd be a really dick move. And
yeah,
you know what? This time, I like hit it in a very hidden spot.
Don't you know I'm a Cryptech and I can just scan and I found it?
You found a fake. I put it somewhere else in another
No, joke's on you. I told Mom.
I put it in the fucking fantasy universe. Get fucked. It's
no,
so
I told
it's with Sigma.
I told Scortech, whatever his name is, the Silent King.
It's fucking with Sigma now. You're never gonna find it. Never gonna.
Oh
get
yeah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm calling the elves.
They can get fucked. No, call the elves, please. I'm dying to kill them.
They'll get eaten by a Carnosaur again.
Hell, fuck you. I got a couple of. You know what? Next time, I'm gonna like transfer my body to like your best friend. Get fucked. Like that one. I'm gonna transfer my body to your old puppy. Get fucked.
Oh yeah? I'm gonna transfer my body to your dad and then fuck your mom.
It's unlikely.
Just the quiet that's unlikely.
It shows on the side. Chances of that unlikely. No blood was previously had between the Hurricane and Drazen line. Fucking, it's a lie.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Where do we even begin with these anyway?
I don't think there's much place to begin. I think we just say they're the best.
Yeah.
They have everything good about a race. They have unique characters.
Yeah.
They've got a bunch of fun side stories from their lesser characters.
Their designs
they have actual like their design like top tier. They've got this whole aspect of like Egyptian design while also having this super far future stuff. They have like a regalness to them. They've got an amazing story, a build up of how they became what they are, and they have basically a counter to every race that exists. Like they could be just the pure cure to the Tyranids because the fact that Tyranids like survive so long because they'll eat their own corpses and they'll eat the corpses of their enemy. But when you just molecularly disintegrate the Tyranids, they're not getting their food back.
Yeah, or there's not much to eat from
a tomb world.
Yeah, there's not much to eat anyway.
Yeah,
they're fucking basic.
And they don't really care to fight anyone that isn't on their planet unless they like are trying to take back land that belonged to them. They're not overly antagonistic, and also they've been shown that even being this evil quote unquote evil race from the past, they're still willing to work with other people.
Yeah, they're perfect. They got everything.
Yeah. And if they all woke up right now, they would outnumber every single other species and just win.
It'd be based.
In fact, it's theorized that there's a big tomb world on Terra and Mars itself.
Yeah.
Purely because the fact that the Egyptian theme came from the Necrons, not the other way around.
Yeah.
The Necrons went to Earth in the past and enslaved Egyptians because their whole thing was they would go to up and coming planets. The Triarch Council, they would go to these planets and they'd show up as and act like gods to them, so that when eventually all the species woke up, they would act in reverence to the Necrons, and the Necrons wouldn't have to destroy them.
Yeah.
Because they don't really care, if you're on their planet, as long as you're not causing problems. Half of them will just tell you to leave if you are.
Didn't they even save those, humans that were, being... I don't know, do you know I don't know if I can say their name on stream without Twitch fucking getting a notification. You know about the humans that dressed up as orcs?
Greenskins?
More specific.
Is that the word?
No. Do you know about that?
No, I don't know. I don't know the ones that dress as orcs.
I'll send you their names over chat, and you will see exactly why I think Twitch might get a little fucky if I say it. Maybe they have a gamer word notification system. I don't know if I want to, yeah, so it's pretty bad. But
yeah, I can see why.
It's pretty bad, but the orcs were fucking the orcs saw that these humans were painting themselves as orcs and shit, and they thought it was funny, and were that's neat. Now let's enslave these guys, which only helps with that name, But then out of nowhere, the fucking Necrons came up and were like, "Hey, fucking stop! They're just little fellas.
Dude, just stop!
Just stop bullying!" And then fucking punched the orcs in the face, and the orcs fucked off. And they were like, "Okay, we're gonna go back to sleep now. Take care of this world, okay?" And then they just left the fucking the
Literally taps their cheek and goes back to bed.
Yeah.
You have a good night.
Have a good night. And
because Necrons are just so based like that. And they've got so many fun stories and fun characters. They're one of the few alien races that actually gets their own book series just about them. No one else is the forefront.
Yeah.
You get an occasional orc one, and you'll get a million Space Marine ones, and occasionally a Chaos Marine one.
And I mean,
but those are all humans. You won't get Eldar or Tau.
Yeah, there was the one Eldar series they were trying to do with the Yanari, but then it tanked. And then they fucking...
But then you get the Infinite and the Divide. It's just a hilarious story. It's got a lot of humor. It still has the setting right.
And people
then you have
really
the Twice Dead. Everyone loved it. And then they released the Twice Dead King, and I haven't read it yet, but I've only heard good things.
Actually, I have to mention one thing. I don't know if you noticed this. In their site, in the Warhammer site, this shows how successful the Necrons are. In the Warhammer site, in the faction section, it's all by alphabetical order, except for 3 factions, which are the first one they show. It's they're it's almost supposed to be okay, let me check out the factions. Okay, I see first one, Space Marines. It's not going for Adeptus Custodes, which would be the alphabetical order first one, They go for Space Marines.
Space Marines, of course. They're the main faction.
And then the second one is the Necrons. Yep. Which it's almost like them saying, "Alright, yeah, this is the second big one. This is the second big boy. We like this one. They give us money, and and people like them." And I'm guessing that the reason why the Sisters of Battle are the third one is, first of all, for marketing, just to be we have some we have some inclusivity. But also because they were releasing a big army.
At the time,
Yeah. So.
But and the other thing about Necrons is they're also just ridiculously easy to paint too.
Oh yeah.
You get a nice metal paint, you slap it all over them, done, and you got a good looking figure. Just because it's a robot.
Yeah. And honestly, it's kind of funny because so many of the Warhammer So many of the Warhammer units like wear their references around their sleeve. You know how much shit from Dune Warhammer has stolen straight
Yeah,
up.
well, no, even worse with the new ones that come out have been the Dune Striders from fucking Necromunda.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like the Necron started out as like straight up just Terminators, but then they were like, oh, we can actually turn this into something fun. It's not, you can't recognize it anymore. As like,
Oh, actually, I think they just started as Chaos Androids.
well, yeah, they started as like Chaos Androids, which is really funny, but but like you can tell in that Chaos Android picture, like model, they were really aping off like Terminator and shit like that. But after that, they were like, nah, we're doing our own thing. Like
Now,
I really can't tell like that was their main influence. Got just
yeah,
from
no, it's definitely got its own style now.
yeah.
Now, do you have a favorite dynasty of the main six?
Okay, I was thinking about that. You know,
Because personally, I like either either of the main two, the Saracon or the Sautek.
yeah, I mean,
I do like the bronze. Like I like the bronze. I like the bronze, gold, and silver, like all just being your robot colors.
I don't
And
have
Sautek is also just straight silver.
I don't have a specific one that I really like. I kind of like. I guess Saltec is probably one of my favorites just because I like how they look. However, I will say though, bonus points for the Mephrit. Honestly, it's probably my favorite, the Mephrit dynasty. Like just in terms of like, these motherfuckers are harnessing the power of suns to destroy shit. And they're
Oh, they also teleport, by the way. That's their special ability.
yeah. They also have that, and like
They use the sun power to teleport.
it's one of those things where, do you ever have that feeling when you're like playing a game where it's like your character can have multiple colors, right? And then you're like, well, I want to have a different. I don't want to have the I don't want to have the default one. I want to have like this different color, Like I remember talking to one of my friends about like Overwatch, and him being like, I think all the characters are really nicely designed, but I really want to wear this shitty skin just to show that I have it, I feel like the Mephrit, I almost have this mentality of like, I really like the green in the Necrons, but the fact that these guys in particular have
Just throw it on their shoulders.
no, they have their fucking they have the like orange the orange highlights instead of green highlights. It's really cool. It looks really cool.
Necrons are top tier. If you mean in actual gameplay, unfortunately not. They were at the start, but the problem is that it's just power creep. Yeah. Every new one has made the newest character the best. Basically. Necrons can hold pretty well, but they have problems at late game.
Yeah.
They are a big mob faction too. They're sort of like a skeleton army, where if one of them, like, you just resurrect your skeletons, come back.
Yeah.
So they do all right, but they're overpowered by the Mechanicus, by the Druakai, by I forget who else.
Whoever came out.
One of the new ones.
Yeah. I mean, I will say though,
they did just get something new that made them better, though.
They are pretty good in video games.
What video game?
Non-specific video game.
What video game?
It's my fucking stream. In Dawn of War Unification mod, where I can do whatever the fuck I want.
It's Morbin time!
I can do whatever the fuck I want. In Dawn of War Unification, they're fucking amazing. It's anyone that I fight with fucking Necrons, it's like, oh, so you're bullshit. I'm like, yeah, kinda. Just fucking resurrect shit off the I mean, even in the base game, they're bullshit. So it's kind of fantastic. And it's just like every character honestly, like every little character from the Necrons are like kind of fantastic, honestly. Like just even a Silent King, like the good thing about the Necrons, it's also that they have the range that I like. like they can be very silly. Like they have characters like Trazen and shit, where it's like
Crazy and Oricon being silly. But then you got the Silent King, who's like super serious.
Super serious, and it's actually his story is super compelling. Like it's not like, oh, he's just one of the leaders, whatever. Like
he regrets what he did to his people.
Yeah, he regrets what he did to his people. He's actively working to like seek it out. Like, and despite being technically like their whole thing being that they're asleep, that they're still like, that they're kind of fucked. They're probably one of the factions that are still moving forward during all shit in 40K. Like, it's honestly fantastic how they kind of come out net positive out of Acadia. Like, they fucking, not just Raisin, it's like even other stuff. Like they were like more popular because of it. I mean,
okay, like they don't have, because I mean, they don't have to worry about Tyranids because again, what we discussed, they really can't be eaten by them.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry about Chaos because they have no souls.
I mean,
so Chaos, if it's just them in the universe, Chaos will die.
I don't know if you heard about this though. There is some major bullshit going on right now where it says that fucking Mortarion figured out a disease to fucking affect the Necrons.
Oh, they've always been affected by diseases.
Right, but like
there's like the Slayer curse and all that.
Yeah, he made like a big one though. Like it's supposed to be like fucking them up apparently.
It doesn't matter. I mean, Mortarion's things never last.
Yeah, he's supposed to get fucked anyway. And I mean, they have the flayed ones, which is pretty bad for them, but you know, it's fucking metal. I mean, it shows, like, they have everything. Like, more so, like, the Imperium has everything, but they have everything because literally they are shitting out something for the Imperium every other week, you know? The Necrons, it's like quality over quantity, really. But still,
I mean, you know that
they still have a lot of quantity, is the thing.
You know they're appreciated because last year, like the big everyone that stores up here gets two special figures, one for Age of Sigmar and one for 40K, that they can sell in the store for the anniversary as a special figure that's only for that thing. Yeah. And you know it's good because this year, I mean, almost every year it's either a Space Marine or something in the Imperium. Last year we got a new Necron Cryptek. Yeah. And he's like super cool. He's like Kamatep the Crooked. And he's like this hunched over like wizard guy. Because, you know, the Necrodermis copies what your original human form is if your personality is still intact. Which is kind of fucked. Like, oh, I'm finally gonna be immortal. My spine's gonna be fixed. I'm not gonna have arthritis anymore.
Yeah.
And then your skeleton just forms you into this hunched over turtle guy, and he's just like, fuck.
It's somehow worse because now you have a big ass fucking metal head on top of it. It's like, shit. You know, I'm gonna go, let me biotransference. Sounds awesome. Let's go. And then when you get in there, you still have AIDS. Like, shit.
Yeah, it's Slayer curse.
Yeah, shit. Fuck. And also...
he's really fun, though, too, because you can run him... Like, there are 4 Cryptek species, of course. You can run him as any of them.
And also, by the way... I have to say, despite everything, despite all these factions and all what they're up to, and you know, all forms of degeneracy and shit, right? All forms of fucked up shit. You would fuck this Jesus Christ, fuck it out. Hold on, stall for me, Ferrious. Yeah?
You done yet? Fixed yet?
No.
Fuck. I'm out of content.
You're out of well, it says a lot about society that you're out of content already. Anyway, I got it. I managed to get it though. No, I didn't. It's a J5. Fuck! I'm just gonna take a screenshot of it. Despite everything, you know what? Despite the Necrons being just fucking little, skeleton fellas and all that. You know, respectfully, Necrossi's pretty good.
Oh no. I know exactly what picture you're posting now. Yeah, I knew that was the one.
Kind of bad though. How are
you? You took like 10 minutes to get that picture.
It did. Thought it was. You had to save it as a JFF. So it's an issue. It's a real infection. It's a real fucking flayed curse of the modern age.
The way that I'm spreading.
And guess what? Who tells the human that tall women prefer men?
Necrons, because he analyzed it.
Because they analyzed it. Exactly. And see?
Mark, read for later.
Yeah, Mark, read for later. Okay, now here is something that I want to ask you. Of general stuff, really, but kind of Necron related. What's your favorite item in Trajan's fucking museum?
Probably just the full Krurk, though I do really like the enslaver, like the shriveled husk of the enslaver just sitting there.
Yeah.
Or the entire battle of I forget what that has broken out several times.
You know, fucking, I can't say. I really like the Korg too, because it's like, if it gets out, it's gonna be real fun.
Especially if it starts, because like it'll die and then it'll spread.
Yes, it'll be real fun. It'll be really funny. It would be awesome. It would be cool. But probably my favorite thing of that he has in there, because I love the story of it. Imagine, planet was the fucking last bastion of defense against chaos. You were like an amazing general. Like, no one can deny it. Like, if it wasn't for you, the Imperium would be dead. Mm-hmm. And you're like ready. You're like ready to be like the captain on the boat, and like go down with it. You know, it's mm-hmm. like everything is set for this awesome funeral. You're ready to go down. You fucking, by the way, fucking hand to hand. You're just a regular ass human. You went hand to hand with a fucking giant guy, the general of the fucking chaos forces. Mm-hmm. And then Creed's just there on the fucking ground, ready to die. Then this fucking hulking guy comes up to him and is like, "Hey, come over here. Get in the Pokeball." And fucking just grabs him like a dickhead. Like, oh my god, dude. Learn to read the room, man.
Sorry, but I need you for my collection.
Read the room, man.
Like, when everyone wants to come to my library, they're gonna want to see, oh, this is the guy that, like, held off the Chaos Forces at Acadia for so long.
Fucking room, man.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
I mean, it's fantastic, honestly. It's like, you're like, I don't give a fuck. I fucking saved you all. I deserve something. And listen, this is pretty good. Short of that, like, I mean, I can't get Abaddon. He's out. He's like, he fucking bailed. So now I'm gonna get this guy instead. If Trajan could, he would have fucking placed all Acadia in a ball and fucking took it home.
Why is chaos spreading? Oh, no, a single Necron guy wanted something for his library.
Yeah, I was feeling like it. What? No, the real answer would be, hey, is the Eye of Terror starting to fucking close up? What's going on? Meanwhile, Trace is like, I really want to go to a planet that has like a face. It's really important. I want to get it. I mean,
realistically, he was about to be able to like turn those pillars on and close the Eye of Terror.
So really,
he was like a day away from it. He's just like, and then things happen.
Yeah, And honestly, if you told me like he went to a backwater planet that had a couple of these things, you just turn on the fucking pylons and just watch the stars close, I would believe you. Because honestly, I mean, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? It's real funny.
Yeah.
Necrons are really good. I love a lot of these stuff, but Necrons are something special.
Mm-hmm. They're the best.
Yeah. So Ferrious, now comes a big question. Why did you put why'd you put the Harlequin solo there? They deserve it, man.
They deserved.
Get fucking turned to fucking dust, you. You know what? Thousand Suns are just lesser Necrons. There, I said it.
Harlequins are just lesser everything. They're boring.
No. They're funny.
They just have a guy laughing in their ears. The best thing they did was dance off with Satan.
They're funny. They're funny, and they're gonna win.
They won't win. Elves never win.
What do you think is gonna win in the end? If you had to put
Elves never win.
Like not take aside Games Workshop bullshit. You had to say like, okay, this is the end times. Who's winning?
Probably the Necrons. If not the Tyranids.
Here's my logic. Okay, let's go this one by one. First of all, I think that the Eldars, the first two go, like the Eldar and the Tau, fucked. Like unless something major changes, I guess don't the Eldar have thing about the end times? They're just gonna, their god is gonna wake up and some bullshit's gonna happen.
Yeah, they think that, but
well, yeah. You know what? Knowing the Eldar, their god is gonna job real hard.
Their god's probably in fucking Nurl's basement, like the other one.
Their god is gonna wake up and then, like a big orc, is gonna fire in their face and die. They're gonna die together. Well, I think both of them are fucked. Fucking okay, orcs. You know, it's gonna be real hard to kill them, but I feel like, you know, I'm thinking about it. If it's a Tyranid, if we're looking more at the Tyranids, then the Tyranids are probably gonna just eat the orcs. Like there's not gonna be any biomass for them.
Let me explain my sequence of events that'll probably happen. So I think the way End Times will happen is it'll be Tyranids focused as the main bad guy. They've been building up this idea that this is only the pre-force of the Tyranids, that these little tendrils, there's a much greater maw out there waiting. Mm-hmm. And even more so, that's what drew the Silent King back to this galaxy. He was trying to get his Necrons prepared to fight back, because the Necrons would be the only ones that really have the technology and know-how to stop them. Mm-hmm. Like you said, Eldar are in a bad spot, but I think the Tau are going to go first, because the Tau are a much smaller group. Tau are going to just get wiped clean off the map. They have no chance.
Yeah.
Then it's going to come down to the fact that the Imperial Guard is going to be slowly eaten up. The Space Marines are going to be on a divided front of A, they want to fight the Orcs, B, they want to fight the Tyranids, and 3, they want to fight Chaos, probably all at the same time. I think at that point they'll drop fighting the Elves just because they have much bigger problems, and the Elves' craft worlds are probably the only reason why the Elves stick around longer than they should. Because the craft worlds are mobile and will try to avoid the Tyranid fleets.
Yes.
But eventually they'll realize if we don't do something, the Tyranids are going to catch us eventually.
Yeah.
And so they're going to join in with the Imperium, who are going to do it reluctantly. Adeptus Mechanicus is going to go into overdrive, just making like world-ending weapons to stop the big space fleets.
They're going to be like, you know
Chaos,
what? AI time, baby.
Chaos is going to use this opportunity to try and take Terra again.
And they're going to do it.
They probably will do it successfully, up until the point where the Emperor just stands up as his own Chaos God. And he just pretty much dicks down any Chaos force that is there.
I feel what happens there is they get to the Emperor, and then that whole like sequence of like the final blow up thing so that they can open shit through Terra happens, and like the
Well, I
Emperor,
think
like Terra's gone, but the Emperor being like an ethereal just pops up anyway.
yeah, I think what will happen is they will kill the Emperor on Terra. He will explode in a blight of holy energy.
Mm-hmm.
A second Eye of Terror will open, but this time into a part of the warp that is now purely order, and it is like the safe zone for humans.
Mm-hmm.
It is his chaos realm, and he'll have his own chaos demons that are sort of. And this is all, of course, big
Angel.
conjecture and big what if.
No, yeah.
But he will have his own chaos demons, and they will basically just be Space Marines.
Mm-hmm.
And as the Space Marines die, he will send those out, and the Imperium that's still alive will be using their faith to basically channel against the Tyranids.
Yes.
The Tyranids are going to keep fighting back. The Necrons are gonna pop up and try and start helping. Okay, the other Chaos factions are going to be causing problems in the warp, and eventually I feel like that's when it will come down to what Game Workshop decides happens. I think it'll be a three-way fight between the Necrons, what remains of the Eldar, who are probably pretty fucked as it is and probably going to die. The Orcs, who will be fighting humans until the very end when they realize, wait a second, if we don't crump those Tyranids, we're all going to die. And the Chaos Space Marines who are probably going to join the Tyranids just to cause the death of the Emperor.
I think what's going on there is everyone's gonna, like, okay, Orcs are probably gonna just fight on their own, but are mostly gonna be on the side against the Tyranids, just because they're the bigger, like, they're just a bigger problem. Like they'll
I would
figure
say
out...
that, but the thing is, knowing how they treated the end times, the Orcs will do their own thing and cause problems for both sides until the very last second where Mork and Gork, their gods, will say, hey, you need to stop those Tyranids.
Yeah, stop this shit. And
then they'll side with the humans.
The Necrons, like, legitimately, Silent King will definitely side with the humans, honestly.
Well, yes, but the question is, will the Chaos God Emperor manifest humans side with the Necrons? Maybe,
I don't think so.
But I think the Necrons will be forced to be on their own until the very end as well.
I don't think the Emperor, like, I feel like with the way they're going, like, the Emperor is gonna turn a blind eye to it. Because...
the problem is, though, they're generating the Emperor that they see from the book, which is a xenophobic, like, isolationist human Emperor.
Right.
This is the Emperor that is being generated as a god.
Definitely. But, like, I feel like, especially what happens there is G-Man is gonna go up to his papa and gonna be like, hey, Dad, let's not. And then...
No, I don't think it will matter when he's a Chaos God.
Think so? You think... I feel like there's one last... That's gonna be the last yank off the Ultramarines cock.
Okay, maybe then.
Yeah. And honestly, like... I feel like some Primarchs will start popping up. And, like... The other Primarchs... Like, one of his sons is gonna be a chaos demon looking fuck. Another one's gonna be like fucked up from Dark Eldars. It's gonna have like fucking engravings. Another one is gonna be like really sad and looking for hugs. I think the Emperor's gonna like is gonna be real worried about anything else right now. But,
well, okay, so then I will put my final thing as it will be a entrance to the warp on Terra, where the Empire is making their stand from the in the Materium. Mm-hmm. The Empire, along with the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Sisters of Battle in the system of Holy Terra, with Necron and the remaining Eldar support, with the Chaos Space Marines attacking them from the back, and the Tyranids attacking them from the front. And then I'll decide, like the Battle of Terra will decide, are the Tyranids going to be driven back? And the rest and the remaining humans out in the outer reaches are still alive, or do the Tyranids win and eat everyone? I think that's how it would go.
And there's gonna be like what I feel honestly. I feel like there's definitely some Tau forces that are gonna survive, but it's gonna be real fucking small. But
it's gonna be like the dwarves in the end times, where it's just like there's like a handful of them left.
Yeah,
Just enough where they can say there were Tau during the last battle, but not enough where it's like they actually make a huge difference.
And I feel like the Tau are gonna be like, if anything, if let's pretend for a second that Games Workshop does anything like this, I feel like they would take the opportunity to like redo the Tau basically, you know?
Yeah.
Like, oh, after that they like rebuilt themselves. So I feel like they would definitely keep some around. And
No, if they did an end times version, they're going to revamp the setting completely. They're going to go either really far in the future or just redo the setting entirely.
Yeah.
And I mean really, really far in the future,
It
where
would
the
be
Emperor is like some god in the past.
Mm-hmm. It would be interesting.
Yeah.
But I feel like they're not gonna get that.
They're not. They probably won't do end times just because they make too much money with what they have.
Yeah.
They want it to be sort of up in the air. It's like, oh, humanity could die next day. They're like holding back the punch, waiting for you to flinch.
Mm-hmm. Watch out.
Yeah.
Could happen.
Oh no, that human lost a lot right there. The human lost a lot.
And you know what? In the end, you know what's gonna happen? The fucking the Tyranids and Chaos are gonna be like they're gonna be real fucked up, but then the Chaos forces are gonna come up to them and be like, hey, you know what? How about you become a Chaos God yourself? And they're gonna establish the Chaos God of food. But then
so just like they're basically just becoming Skaven then, where they become the Chaos God after.
Yeah. So then there's like a tear through space, and the Skavens come out, and they're like, "What the fuck? What the fuck? That's our thing. That's my line." And then they fucking just start fighting alongside, and now the Skaven are your point K.
The Skaven would win. They would eat too many Tyranids.
It'd be like a fucking infinite hole of like one eating the other.
I mean, to put it in perspective, the Skaven were at war with the Grand Necromancer Nagash, who just every time a Skaven died would resurrect them to fight. They almost outmatched him just by breeding too much.
Yeah.
So they just kept sending in forces. It'd be the same with the Tyranids, where they make a new force that every Skaven they eat, but there's just so many Skaven being bred that they just keep coming.
Just keep coming and like keep coming. Another one. What's your favorite Primarch? Well, actually, better question.
Go on.
Actually, which Primarch would you like to see like do a full return?
Dorn.
Dorn?
Yes.
How do you feel he should return?
Well, all he found was a missing hand inside the ship.
Yes.
I feel like they should they should launch a counter crusade into the Eye of Terror. They should go. You guys are fucking like maybe not even to the Eye of Terror, to take back Cadia or something.
Yeah.
Cadia is broken and corrupted, but they could do something with it. They need to make a move, and I want them to find just like a tortured, broken Dorn who has been slowly being tried to be corrupted, but his defense of his soul have just held on that long.
He built a small fortress around his heart.
Yeah.
He's not gonna
and then just have them bring him back, and he doesn't understand anything that's going on now, but all he knows is that he has dropped the entirety of his defensive thing, and is now just the fist of the Emperor. He wants to go punch everything to death. He becomes almost like the Khorne faction of the Empire.
Then the Black Templar finally makes sense as his son. They're like, see? Yeah. We're not adopted.
And then he gets this giant metal fist where his arm is missing and just starts beating the shit out of people.
Right, and then Ferrious comes out of portal and says, hey, it's mine.
And he'll say, you're dead, and shoots him. So he's a chaos demon in disguise.
Right. It's Dixie.
What about you? Who do you want coming back?
What I want coming back?
Yeah.
I feel like the easy one is going to be always, like, just, I don't know, fucking Vulcan or something. But, I don't know. I feel like if I wanted someone back, it would have to be someone that would go against uh the what Gilliman's doing, you know?
Yeah.
Because I would want like that kind of interesting dynamic. So
Well, I mean that. Yeah, pretty much anyone that was like an older one isn't gonna treat the Emperor like a god. I guess never mind.
right,
Gilliman's not doing that.
yeah,
I'm
Gilliman's not doing that though. I feel like if I wanted one back, I mean, of course, we're talking about like we're talking about the loyals because I think the all the other ones are not loyal. The not loyal ones are still active in their own little ways, except for Horus because he's dead.
That's what they want you to think.
She's dead.
No, he's alive.
Mhm.
Horus is inside your walls.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess I have the fucking Imperial Fist building my house then. Because that would be a big issue otherwise. I feel like... I can tell you for sure which one I don't want back. And that's fucking Sanguinius. Because that would fucking undermine the whole point.
I don't think they're gonna bring him back. They haven't made any sort of thing like that.
I don't think so, but that's the one.
Like everyone else they have has sort of been either like sort of dead, but you don't really see a body, or has been explicitly I just wandered off into the distance for a while.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm definitely like. No, I don't want it back because if he's back, then kind of fucks with shit, and I don't want it. I guess maybe just to spice up shit, but I guess leaving Russ from the Space Wolves, and it would just give more shit to the Space Wolves, and I don't want that. So I'm just gonna say fucking I'm gonna say bring back Corvus and let's see what happens,
Or even better, bring back Magnus.
Well,
make him reject chaos. His father said it was possible.
Let's do it.
Make him completely abandon his sons.
No, that would fuck shit up too. I don't want that.
Yeah. They don't have any good Zeech at Primarch, so yeah. But it's not gonna do anything with Zeech.
I feel like the only ones that could come back are someone that I don't want. I don't want Lionel Johnson back, I guess he would be a good foil to Gilliman, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Dorn would definitely be a good one, though.
I love Dorn.
Dorn would be a motherfucker. Let me think. Anyone else? I don't think so.
No, I almost want him to be almost like a Primarch of Malice. You remember Malice, right?
Yeah, I know.
The Chaos God against Chaos.
Yeah, the Chaos God that doesn't like Chaos. It's a little weird.
Make him just be corrupted, but so pissed at the corruption that he wants to go kill everyone.
Yeah, I like what they're doing more with the Emperor being the Chaos God of Order, which is so fucking hilarious, by the way. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else? Oh,
I think we're about good.
Here's a funny. If you could, if you could have a story for any of these factions, which one would you choose to, do you have any specific faction where you feel like could have a really cool story that the Games Workshop's just not doing?
Do one of the Gene Stealer cult leaders. Give them something. Give them a nice story to work with. Talk about their intrigue. Maybe make one severed from the hive mind and realize what's going on.
Yeah,
I don't know. Give them something. Yeah, counter espionage where he's in the Gene Stealer cult reporting it.
Yeah.
Knowing that he's probably going to die for being just born as he is.
I want to see something. I want to see something like I really like when they do mix up some of the factions. But definitely,
Mhm.
I would not be too far from the fucking the three zealots with the Tau guy and the Adeptus Custodes protecting the Tau
Mhm.
guy. You know, I wouldn't be too far from that. But other than that, I would like to see an Imperial Knight story
That
of
was gonna be my
like
other one. Yeah.
yeah, of like actually exploring that whole thing and like actually like maybe don't make it just oh noble houses fighting each other. Make it be like make it start out like that where it's like oh this Imperial Knight guy he's like he really is like worried about House Qualengar fucking wanting to marry off their daughter that he actually really loves. But have it like somewhere in the book he just goes to war and he's like, I'm fucked up. He sees some fucked up shit. He like gets fucked up in the Imperial Night. All like pretty much is near death, and then like
Mhm.
he completely changes, and then have him like try to like actually commit some changes to like the whole nobility of the Imperium and just have him go against that shit. I feel like
Yeah,
that would be
imagine.
really
Hang
interesting.
on. Imagine one though, where it's sort of like an alien story, where a freaking Tyranid gets on, like the Imperial Knights drive back a Tyranid invasion, but a Tyranid gets on their ship.
Oh, I consider yeah. I like I like I said I really like the idea of like the smaller stories too. Like imagine there's that one unit. I remember someone talking about this. There's a unit from I think the Sister Battle where it's like hold on, I have it somewhere here, but it's like a unit that literally like is just uncontrollably wants to kill shit, and they just throw it out into the battlefield, and it's like whatever. Imagine a story where after the sister battles like did a whole battle and shit, they're out of the country. This guy, you know about this thing?
Let me
Hold
see.
on,
I
I'm
gotta
sure I'm
check it.
sending it to you. I'm sending it to you.
Yes, yes, I do.
Yeah, they're like just uncontrollably and shit. So imagine if like after a battle, I feel like hundreds of years, one of these things are just out in the middle of like a city, and like regular ass civilians have to stop one of these, like just a unit that like is
Mhm.
like sort of like a slasher figure, you know?
Yeah, that would be cool.
It would definitely be interesting. I think we exhausted
Yeah.
the amount of topics we could talk about here.
No, I mean we could talk for ages on some of this stuff, but
We
I think
can,
that if we want to do just a very quick overview of everything, we've pretty much done that.
yeah. Um, did Gilliman fuck the Eldar lady?
Absolutely.
Yeah, based. All right, best Primarch. I bet he made her wear the clown outfit too.
What are you talking about? He's not fucking a towel, so it's not the best fire mark.
He had one on the side.
No.
Clean up with the fucking head pussy.
Okay, we're out. Find some
Alright,
other.
we're done, we're done. Well, we're not done because Ferrious,
Yes.
I believe you have something special right now,
Huh?
right? You do. You have right now. Uh,
Oh, gotcha. Right. Yes.
yeah, I've got you.
It's
All
Morbin
right.
time.
No, you're not out of this. You're not fucking out.
It's Morbin time. It's Morbin time. It's Morbin time. It's Morbin time.
No. You know what? You're gonna get a fucking. You're gonna get a horrible unit. I bet.
Unit.
Yeah. You don't know? I'm actually turning these into 40k. I'm just standing there. That's kind of terrifying. It didn't even. Kind of terrifying. Jesus Christ. The corpse emperor.
What is it doing?
I'm not changing it. I'm just fucking gonna leave it there. She's just gonna stare at you. Alright.
Is this what happens when you have a different costume?
No.
You just leave, like it's not even you, you're just wearing a different body? You're a Necron, you just stole someone's body.
Look, listen. It's me, Ego. I just fucking stole his body first. I was just inside the armor, I'm sorry. I'm fucking about. I just left him there, I forgot.
Is he asleep or how does he feel? Does he understand what's going on?
No, I don't think so. I think he's just standing there. I don't really fuck about too much with it. I sometimes just leave them standing. I don't know. Anyway, let's get your thingies, huh?
Okay.
All right. Cool. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Very.
What did I get?
I'm just gonna send you this from the random number generation.
It better not be you again.
I'm just gonna send you this from the random number generator, just so you can see your luck. Let's see what you roll.
Okay, I got crit. That means I'm gonna take crit damage of 3 mortal wounds a shot.
Yeah, you had 2 crits. Congrats. All right, let's see. Where are those? Let's see. They are. Well. If it isn't our good friend, where is he? It isn't our good friend Gladius.
Didn't I need one of those?
Maybe. Let's see. Let's check it out. I wonder if it was Eddie. You know that Eddie's this guy's roommate, right?
Yeah.
He's hanging out. Let's see. Alright. Let me. Oh, I forgot to open the thingy, the ownership thing. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Where are you again? That's not you. No, you didn't need it. In fact, you already had one, so now you have 3.
Damn it. I'm burning it.
You're burning it?
No.
Oh, it's a shame. So we're going over to Marcus, okay?
Okay.
Because he was here for Warhammer with us during our collab, so
yeah.
You know, makes sense. Judge, Jury, Executioner. What's your bit? What's your end of stream bit? I think
I'm a bad guy.
Like the song?
No, yeah, kinda. I'll send you the link to the reference later, because that's what really got me that catchphrase, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd like to say that it is indeed Morbin time.
It's Morbin time.
And fuck you, Vultures, you piece of shit. Say something bad to them.
I'm gonna say the N-word.
But why should you?